Let's unmute myself. Can someone online just wave to confirm that you can hear me? Thanks, Jenna. All right. Morning, everyone. How are we? Welcome to the 2023 Readers Advisory Seminar. My name is Yasmin Greenhalgh and I'm from Stanton Library in North Sydney Council, which is on Camaragal land, and I'll be your chair for the morning sessions, and Ita will be your chair in the afternoon over here. I would like to start by recognising that we're presenting this seminar on unceded land. I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land and waters on which this library building was built. My fellow organisers and I would also like to pay our respects to any elders past and present, and to extend that respect to any Torres Strait and Aboriginal people here who are present today. Sorry, tiny bit nervous. I'll relax in a moment. We'd also like to extend our respect to you and your resilience, creativity and strength under continuing colonisation. This is a hybrid event, so hi to folks online. For those of you who are taking part online, we welcome you to acknowledge in the chat function whose country you're on today as well. Thanks. And as you do that, a wee bit of housekeeping as we start. All present here are advised that this seminar is being broadcast live and recorded. Your attendance here is acceptance that your image and voice may be recorded and streamed to the internet, as well as being retained and made available online. Similarly, for those online, as this seminar will be recorded and made available online, your participation in this seminar is an acceptance of this recording. For those in person here, any access issues or queries, please come and see myself or others on the RA committee. For those dialing in, the online committee members will identify themselves in the chat and help as much as they can. For those in person, the toilets are out the door and to the right, but there's much more if you go a little bit further and turn left into the galleries. Much more there. For those of you at home, the toilets are down the corridor, third door on the right, second door on the left, one floor up, next door. Good luck. Don't forget to mute yourself. Okay, so let's just jump straight into the day. You will all have seen a copy of the program for today, which will give you an idea of the sessions and the bios of the folks presenting. So I shan't go into the fine details, but we'll have a 5-minute stand up and stretch at 10:30, and then a sprint through to an early lunch at midday, as long as everyone keeps their speaking time. Ita and I have a timekeeping bell and we're not afraid to use it, so we should be fine. It's G note. In the program, the comprehensive bios of the keynote speakers who will bookend the marvellous day. The YA author Sarah Ayub will close out the day. But to start with, out of my eye shot, yay! To start with, we have Su Ming Gao. Su Ming is a novelist and a professor at Macquarie University, and we're delighted to have her here speaking on the romance genre. Yeah. Oops, minimize that. Wait for that.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, hi everyone. Can I just check that everyone online can see what I'm sharing? Yeah, okay. All right, so if you can't, just please, write something in the chat function. Okay, so I'm Su Ming. I'm from Macquarie University. I don't actually write romances, but I have been studying them for a very, very long time. And I think one of the things I know from studying romances is that you librarians are actually the experts in this, because a lot of you will probably have read many more romances than I ever have or can ever get through. It is impossible to keep up with the output of this genre. So I think one of the things that that I want to qualify first off is that I have been studying this for a very long time, but there is still so much that I don't know about the genre, particularly because it's changing so rapidly. So I think, the first thing I want to talk about, I guess, is the way in which romance has had a renaissance recently. And if anybody is on social media and has been keeping up with Book Talk, TikTok, those kinds of things, you'll know that especially over the COVID years and even continuing to today, romance continues to be one of the best-selling genres of commercial fiction, largely because of Book Talk. Now, romance was selling very, very well before Book Talk, of course. The romance genre started, I guess, in its modern form, probably in the 20th century. It got a revival in the 70s. The 80s was, many people think, were the classic era of the romance. It just burgeoned. It became Americanized. And around the turn of the 21st century, the romance genre in North America alone was generating sales of about 1.2 billion books per year. So it's really, so it was already taking off before Book Talk. But one of the things that Book Talk did, of course, and digital publishing, is to allow authors to connect directly to their readers and to market their books. And so with Book Talk, you know, I'm sure many of you have heard about the success of Colleen Hoover's It Ends With Us, It Starts With Us, right? And how this book, I mean, you know, she went from being a self-published author to being an author for, I think she got a massive advance for It Starts With Us. It's already sold 2.2 million books, I think, in the first year of publication, simply because it has a very, very wide currency through Book Talk. Yes, so the genre as a whole has become, I guess it has got a fillip of new life because of Book Talk. I think what's really interesting when you have a look at these books, which are on the slide here, and which have had a lot of publicity and generated sales because of Book Talk's, you know, millions of users. I think I was reading last month, Book Talk has received about 82 million, you know, views. So not 82 million, 82 billion views so far. So, you know, this is a platform that people are using over and over again. But when you have a look at it, it's quite interesting, because if you have a look at the top row there, those novels are fairly traditional, you know, heterosexual romance novels. It's boy meets girl, the meet cute, and things like that. But the novels on the bottom row, I think, are interesting because they're an indication of where the romance genre has been heading in the 21st century, and that is towards diversity. Right. So if you have a look at Heatwave, for example, that's T.J. Klune's the third novel in his Extraordinaires trilogy. It's a queer romance, but it's for young adult readers. It's also a fantasy. It's fusing, you know, like crossing over between lots and lots of different genres: romance, young adult, fantasy, superheroes as well. Of course, I don't need to talk about It Starts With Us, It Ends With Us, dealing with domestic violence, with you know, with sexual abuse, you know, and then Blackburn's Yinka, Where Is Your Husband, which is about a British Nigerian woman, you know, so who is struggling with family expectations and all of that as well. So it's you know, in some ways, it's diversity meets the romance. Screen.
Sorry, folks.
I mightn't be fixing it, but we hope that I'm fixing it. Okay, I think we've got a few. Okay, I'm going to go there. Enter. Then I'm going to go. Move that off to the side so I can see what I'm doing. That's not. My apologies for this.
So we're just doing this because online the slides weren't moving on. So we'll write down
It's, sorry, it's not.
Stop sharing.
Yeah, I unshared it. Then I shared it. And it's just, I think it's confused because we've got so many versions open. We'll try screen one. But it's not showing here that it's sharing. That's the bit that.
External displays.
No, we're still connected there. That's okay. I'm just going to go here and see what we've got open. No, we do need that, so I'm going to go there. Zoom, screen share. This is one of those things that always works when you practice it. But it's not. No, don't look back. I think, yeah. Let's see, if we're not seeing notes there, let's try that one.
Okay. All right, so so I hope everybody online can see the slides now. Yeah, so this is where we are, I guess, in the present moment with romance. But what I want to do in the next few minutes, I guess, is to go back and think about what actually is the romance genre. What do we mean by romance, and how have we got to the point where we have? And then also, what are the features of a romance typically? So, you know, if it's a little bit academic, feel free just to jump in at any time and say move on or something like that, because, you know, I have spent, I think, the last 5 years editing the Routledge Research Companion to Popular Romance, which is like nearly 600 pages long of lots and lots of academic stuff. Hopefully, you know, I won't bore you. But I think, you know, for me, I'm endlessly fascinated by the romance because it's such a malleable form. And for me, the romance is the original genre of popular fiction, right? So so the term romance goes right back to the Middle Ages. It means a couple of things back then. It meant, of course, you know, a language, the vernacular. So your local French, Italian, Spanish, or whatever, what we know as the Romance languages, as opposed to Latin, which was the language of officialdom. So Romance was the language of the vernacular, but Romance, of course, was also a tale, you know, that people told with certain types of stories. So, you know, Romance drew from the genre of the epic. So it was about heroic or legendary adventures, often involving conflict and warfare. And it was often told, it's long form fiction told in the form of poetry. So it's drawing from, you know, Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey, wars, you know, all kinds of supernatural stuff. And of course, the classic types of romance in the Middle Ages were the tales about King Arthur. So it's the Arthurian romances that we talk about. So when we think about the romance, then what is it that makes it a romance? I would say that, you know, there are structural or thematic and thematic qualities that I originally defined the romance and that we can still see in modern romance, you know, 1,000 years later. And the first thing is that romances are quite often about a quest. So it's about adventure, or it's a quest for love, for knowledge. There are holy grail type quests, right? Or holy grail type goals, something that people want above all else that is going to give meaning or purpose or something to life. So, you know, it can be a quest for survival. It can be a quest for transcendence, you know, for self-knowledge, or it could be a quest for something to save the world. So it's a quest, and then the plot will often include elements that are beyond the ordinary. So whether it's marvelous or mysterious or supernatural, there are often, you know, quite what we consider unrealistic elements. And so we say of things that, oh, it's a romantic story, or that's romantic, or something like that. And what we mean is that it's not like it's in some ways the opposite of realism, right? And then, according to Northrop Frye, who was a Canadian literary scholar, the romance contains a superior hero. I'm not going to read out the whole thing, but it's really important for the romance that it focuses and quite often focalizes the story through a hero who is superior. And I'm speaking deliberately using heroes here because the original romances for most of the you know, of the last 1,000 years have been about men as heroes. Right, their actions are marvelous, and they show they are prodigies of courage and endurance. So something about them sets them apart from ordinary people. And the other thing that characterizes romances also is a nostalgia for other worlds, or a desire for other worlds, to read about, to hear about other worlds. So it can be a nostalgia for something in the past. So quite often when we think about the original historical romances, were the novels of Sir Walter Scott, Ivanhoe, right? For example, all of those are romances that they were set in the past, and there's this romanticizing of Scotland, Scottish nationalism, you know, the Scottish story. It can be set in the present, but quite often it's the romantic present, right? So if you, so it's quite often if you have a look at, I think the covers of romance novels in the Harlequin Mills and Boons in the 20th century, particularly the mid 20th century, they're exotic because they're set in island paradises and things like that. And so that's quite interesting because it assumes who is normal and who is the reader of romance. Yes.
Just with the extreme about the novels where the characters literally transported to the past.
Yes.
Very idealized version.
Absolutely. There's a lot of time travel romances as well. I mean, romance crosses over with practically any genre you can think of. And one of the reasons why I'm delving into the structural elements is because romance is, you know, it's a very malleable form. So I think if we look at what are the elements, then we can say, okay, you know, there are ways in which genres can be romanticized. Yeah. Okay. So, you know, and fantasy worlds, of course. So, you know, so when the romance was first studied, you know, I'm sure all of you know about Joseph Campbell's The Hero with 1,000 Faces, where he talks about the hero's journey. And this is, you know, and this is a classic romance because it begins with somebody in the ordinary world who is called to adventure and thinks, oh no, I'm not good enough. And then, you know, and then there receives an impetus to embark on an adventure, is quite often mentored into it. And then during the period of initiation, they undergo trials and temptations, and you know, there's what is he calls the point of ritual death, or the ordeal, where they undergo something, and you think he's never coming back from it. But of course, the quest is achieved, the Holy Grail is achieved, and then you know, he is, and it was mostly he brings it home triumphantly. Right. So Campbell says that when you have a look at the structure, it's 3 parts. A hero ventures forth from the world of the common day into a region of supernatural wonder. Fabulous forces are there encountered and a decisive victory is won. The hero comes back from his mysterious adventure with the power to bestow boons, right? Something special, something that will save the world on his fellow man. Now, in more recent times, Christopher Vogler has you know, I guess, taken Campbell's hero's journey and crafted it or rejigged it for writers specifically. And I'm not going to go through all of these, but there's still this the same 3 stages: the call, you know, and then the journey, the ordeal, and then the return. But what he says is that quite often, if you are a writer and you want to write a romance, an adventure or quest romance, the really effective novels have 2 kinds of journeys. There is an outer journey, but it should be matched by an inner journey as well, because the inner journey is one of growth and transformation. And if you end the same as when the kind of person as when you started, it's not satisfying for readers. So I think, for example, of if anybody has my nephews and nieces are really into Marvel, so I see a lot of Marvel films, right? But if you've seen Doctor Strange, for example, and the multiverse, so you know, there's lots and lots of things going on, lots of CGI, lots of adventure, lots of action. But for me, it's not satisfying because Doctor Strange never changes. He is the same person at the end of the movie as he is at the beginning. There's no transformation or anything. Whereas if you think about Spider-Man, the 3rd Spider-Man movie, there is, you know, he learns something and there is a revelation and there is self-sacrifice at the end. He gives up all his friends and has to start again. And so, you know, the inner journey that he goes on or that he develops matches the outer journey, and therefore it becomes a more satisfying story, even though one might be more powerful and have more fantastical elements and more CGI or something like that. Yeah. Okay. So genres that employ the hero's journey, then science fiction, you know, cartoons like Finding Nemo, The Lion King, Avatar, fantasies, right? All of these come from the structure of romance. So how does this relate to romantic fiction then, which is what Yasmin asked me to talk about? I would say that, that the romance, it's not just a love story, it's a quest as well. It's a quest for love, and the adventure is the journey of courtship. So one of the most respected scholars of the romance novel is an American scholar called Pamela Regis. She wrote a book called A Natural History of the Romance that was published in 2003, and that really changed the way in which academics studied the romance. Right, from the 70s, from Germaine Greer onto the end of the 20th century, feminist scholars were very, very concerned about what reading romances would do to women, and that it would make them cherish the chains of their patriarchy, I think was one quote from one of these scholars. But after, Pamela Regis, academics look at romance and they look at what the author is trying to do, what the genre is trying to do, and that's a much more satisfying and interesting way of looking at it. Now, she defines the romance novel as a work of prose fiction that tells the story of the courtship and betrothal of one or more heroines. That was 2003. I think in 2016, she changed it to say, we should really talk about romantic protagonists, because although it used to be really female-centered, it is now really diverse. So she talks about romantic protagonists now. All romance novels, she says, contain 8 narrative elements. So these are the plot elements that you recognize in order to recognize a romance. First of all, there is a definition of society, right? So what is the society like? And she says it's always corrupt, because that's going to provide the obstacles to love. And then she says there is the meeting between the heroine and the hero, an account of their attraction for each other, the barrier between them, and then the point of ritual death, which is that moment in a romance novel when it seems like impossible that the romantic protagonists are ever going to come together. And then she says there is a recognition that fells the barrier, but I prefer to think of it as a revelation. Something is revealed unto them that makes them realize, so I think a realization or revelation or recognition. Anyway, that's that element that fells the barrier between them. Then there's the declaration of a heroine and hero that they love each other, and then their betrothal. So she's using this, and interestingly enough, she's not looking at romance novels to begin with when she's plotting out these structures. She's using the Shakespearean comedy, and then she's also using Pride and Prejudice, because these structures are very, very old. They come from Shakespearean comedy, and then you can recognize them in romance novels today as well. And one of the things she says is that, these elements can be moved around, right? Because they don't have to follow in that particular order. So unlike adventure romance and the quest romance, where the hero goes on a journey and it's usually in the same pattern, you can actually start with a betrothal, for example, and then have a barrier after. So the plot elements can be moved around, but in her definition of the romance novel, it always ends with the happily ever after. Yeah. Okay, so the heroine's journey can be mapped onto the hero's journey then. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go through all of this, but there's the ordinary world, which is society defined. What is it like? There's the call to adventure, which is the same as when the lovers meet. And then there's the ordeal, which is the barrier that they undergo. And the barrier can be internal. They don't like each other in the first place. It can be external. They are with somebody else, or they have different politics. They're with different political parties, something like that, right? So it can be internal or external, something that prevents the fulfillment of the lovers' relationship. Then they cross the threshold that, despite everything, they are attracted to each other. Why they keep coming back to each other. Then there's a reward. The hero's reward is in many ways the declaration scene, right, where they finally say, "I love you." And the Tasmanian scholar Lisa Fletcher just says, "You know what a romance novel is? It is a novel where they say, 'I love you.'" I don't know about that, but but there's that. Then there is the ordeal, the point of ritual death, where it seems as though the union between lovers, is never going to happen. And then there is for the hero the road back, but for the lovers in the romance, it's the revelation or the recognition, the realization, the new information that enables them to come together And then there's the for the hero's return with the elixir or with the Holy Grail or whatever it is. For for romantic novels, for love stories, it is the betrothal. So, so you can see that Regis's elements of the romance actually map on to Joseph Campbell's The Hero, of a Thousand Faces, because all of these come from the original romance genre. So classic romance novels and love stories that employ the heroine's journey are Pride and Prejudice, Jane Eyre, in more recent times, Gone with the Wind and Titanic. Now, interestingly, of course, Pride and Prejudice and Jane Eyre both have end happily ever after. They have the HEA ending. But with Gone with the Wind and Titanic, they don't end happily ever after, right? So they end with the lovers parted. And so they end with, the point of ritual death. So the structure of the romance can give, can end happily or unhappily, depending on whether you're ending with the betrothal or ending with the point of ritual death. Right. Okay, so that's all the academic stuff. Let's look at how the industry defines romance then. The romance writers of America, but also the romance writers of Australia and I think the Australian Romance Readers Association defines the romance novel in these two ways. That it has two basic plot elements: a central love story and an emotionally satisfying and optimistic ending. So that's the happily ever after. So the central love story means that the plot revolves around the romantic protagonist meeting and falling in love and trying to make the romance work, right? And it can contain lots and lots of subplots. It can be very focused. It can be very long and drawn out and epic. But as long as there is a central love story, it's that ends with an optimistic ending, then that's a romance. So interestingly enough, the romance writers of America had, rather than a happily ever after, they had an emotionally satisfying and optimistic ending because they wanted to include Gone with the Wind. And they thought, that is, emotionally satisfying for some people. And of course, it has generated so many fan fictions and, and sequels, of course, because it wasn't satisfying for people. Okay, so romance novels can be any tone or style. It can be set in the past, future. It can have werewolves and bats and vampires. Of course, people love a vampire romance. It can be really sweet and inspirational and models of the sickly sweet saccharine Barbara Cartland type, or it can be your 50 Shades of Grey. 50 Shades of Grey is interesting. The first volume of the trilogy begins sort of as porn, where they're sort of exploring different configurations of sex, but there's nowhere to go with that plot structure. So by the second and third trilogies, she fits back into the romantic arc. So you can plot all of those, and then she ends with the happily ever after. So it can be, the romance can be can have no sex at all, or it can be really, really sexy. And I think in the 21st century, there is a lot of erotica out there. Okay, so that's the American and Australian definitions of romance, of the romance novel. So they're saying the romance novel is a genre. What I find really interesting, I guess, is the British Romantic Novelist Association's definition of romantic fiction. So they don't talk about the romance novel, they talk about romantic fiction. And here I think this is a very useful term, because they say romantic fiction, they're interested in romantic, right? And they say romance is everywhere in fiction, from stories that focus entirely on the developing relationship between people, which is like the American definition, to fiction that shows a budding romance as one part of the hero or heroine's journey. Here we're back to the original definition of romance, and into books that focus on long-standing relationships, weathering storms. So they have this very, very broad definition of romantic fiction. It's much, much looser, and they will include Anna Karenina as romantic fiction. It's not a romance novel, but it is romantic fiction. And they will also include chick lit, Jojo Moyes' Me Before You, all of those kinds of things, women's fiction dealing with various issues as romantic fiction, as long as it explores some type of romantic relationship. And it doesn't always have to be the focus of it as well. So so the two definitions are not incompatible, because when we have a look at this, the broader umbrella term is romantic fiction. Right, so there's romantic fiction is an umbrella term that covers stories about romantic love, and it can end happily or unhappily with the lovers united or parted. So quite often I think about when people talk about the love story, like Nicholas Sparks, for example, with the Notebook, hates his novels being called romance or romantic. He wants to write love stories because he feels that's more literary, right? And why is it more literary? Because the lovers don't end up together, right? Because if they end up together, that's romantic because it's unrealistic, right? And like ever since modernism, we have an aesthetics of tragedy, right? Anyway, and all we have, and then the romance novel fits under the umbrella of romantic fiction as well, but it's just going to have a happily ever after, or as with young adults and new adult fiction, the HFN, the happy for now ending, right? Okay. So lots and lots of romantic fiction subgenres. Among the most popular are contemporary, historical, fantasy, paranormal, suspense, and hybrid. And then, one of the things Book Talk has made very common, people are starting to talk about tropes. And Book Talk quite often organizes, and Goodreads as well, organizes romance fiction according to tropes. So is it an enemies to lovers trope? That's Pride and Prejudice. Is it a friends to lovers romantic trope, which is Sense and Sensibility? Is it a damsel in distress trope, which is the Cinderella story, which is also Austen's Persuasion? And I'm using Austen because you can see how, her novels set the template for so many modern romance novels. Is it the playboy who is reformed, which is Rochester in Charlotte Bronte's Jane Eyre? Is it forbidden love or star-crossed lovers, which is obviously Romeo and Juliet? Are there masquerades? They're pretending to be somebody else. And obviously that is Shakespeare's As You Like It or Twelfth Night. So, as I said, look at the heteronormativity and gender biases in points 3 and 4. And these are the tropes, the damsel in distress and the playboy tropes. These are the ones that are being challenged by romance writers in the 21st century. Okay, so, I think one of the interesting things, I've been going through all the formalist elements, what makes a romance and all of that, but I think, all genre fiction is very attentive to the market, but romance is particularly attentive to the market. So it's a community, right? They want to know what other writers are doing, what publishers are doing, what is up to date. They are very much, in conversation with booksellers, right? How do they categorize different stories, what's selling and all of that? Reviewers as well, and readers. And one of the things that separates romance writers from many other writers is that they are very, very engaged with their readers, a lot of them on social media, right? And that's how they develop their fan base as well. They're also very engaged in industry-related organizations and fan websites as well. So, when we think about the genre, there's the academic elements, there are, all of these kinds of historical elements, but for writers, it's the genre is going to be defined by how all of these groups understand the genre. So it's moving, it's constantly changing, which is why I have problems keeping up to date with it. Okay. I think I don't really need to tell you all of this. There are many problems with writing romance fiction because it's a very old genre and there are millions and millions of books out there. So the first problem that people encounter is cliched writing and stale characters. It's hard to bring originality and freshness into it. And then the second problem that writers face today is a problem of representativeness, right? Because the readership is becoming increasingly diverse. In the 90s, the readership was about 91% female and 9% male. Today, it's about 82% female and 18% male and growing. And this it's probably more now because these statistics are from a couple of years ago. And of course, there's sexual and gender diversity, there's ethnic and racial diversity, and people still do the Cinderella stuff. There's disparity in incomes. And there's also a big disparity of education levels among romance readership, because in America particularly, a lot of the romance writers are coming out of university, academic writing programs and all of that. So they want something more sophisticated in terms of the kinds of stories that they are telling. So what characterizes romance, I guess, or the really interesting stuff in the 21st century for me, is that diversity and social issues are visiting the romance, or, they're becoming integral. So from diversity, Beverly Jenkins's historical romances about African Americans, Indigo, she was one of the first to tell African American history through romance, because she recognized that many of her readers would never have had the privilege of having a background in, an educational background that would tell them about African American history. So she used a romance novel to tell them about their background. Jeannie Lin did the same thing about Tang Dynasty China. And then there are all of these other ones as well, which look at they bring different elements of social issues into the romance. Helen Huang's The Kiss Quotient, for example, is, it's Vietnamese American, but it also features an autistic protagonist. Alex Beecroft's False Colors was one of the first to set a historical romance in the age of the Napoleonic Wars, using two male, gay characters, right? So really queering the romance, and various stuff like that as well. Okay, so this is how romance writers are responding to the issue of how to make the romance fresh, right? And that is to make to bring diversity and social issues into it. Now, it's not just a trick for marketing. It also has, and this is why I'm fascinated by the romance, because it has social value as well. And I hope that this works. I just want to play you a very short clip featuring Beverly Jenkins, who wrote Indigo, the Black historical romance set during, during the time of slavery. So let me see whether this works. Okay, all right, no worries. It looks like it's not working, but basically this clip comes from a documentary that Laurie Kahn did called Love Between the Covers. And one of the things that for me was quite heartbreaking, actually, that Beverly Jenkins said was that when her books were published, all of these African-American women were lining up, for her autograph, for her to sign it. And it wasn't even about the history back then. It was the fact that they had been reading romance novels with white characters all their lives. And she said, that these women were crying because they were saying, we never thought that we could be beautiful, right? And that we could be the heroines of a romance novel. And one of the really important things that she did socially, for me particularly as a cultural historian, is to look at how the romance normalizes certain kinds of people and includes them in, in our community while marginalizing others. And so when a romance writer like Beverly Jenkins, writes a novel which features Black American characters, she's normalizing them. It is normal to see, and of course we know that nowadays because, you think about Bridgerton and how they have included diversity, whatever you might think about it, among the cast. But this is one of the reasons why. And she's, and she says Black American writers have really struggled to gain a market, a foothold in the mainstream market outside of their racial group. And she said, what is it about the fact that readers will read about werewolves and vampires falling in love, but they won't read about an African American couple? So there is still a lot of, I guess, these are the social activist elements of the romance writing community that I find particularly interesting. But anyway, let me go on. All right. So I just want to wrap up now, bringing you back to Australia. I think in Australia, some of the more recent types of romances which have been published and popular are obviously still the Harlequin romances, right? And Juliette Flesch, who was a scholar who wrote the book From Australia with Love, looking at the history of romance in Australia, she says that, people tend to think of Harlequin, Mills and Boon novels as all the same, but she says there are still distinctive cultural and national differences. And she says, you know, when you read Australian romance novels, there is something distinctively Australian in it. And it's what she calls the beetroot in the burger. It's the thing that, you know, it's recognizable, but it just injects that element into it. And I think, you know, you're all librarians, so you all know much more than I do about the rural romance, which explores and shines a spotlight on rural issues through romance, right? And so here is, you know, this is a genre which is really interesting because it's a way that ordinary women writers who may not have gone to university, although many of them have, they may not have a public voice, but they use the form of the romance novels to comment on and make their views felt, you know, and their voices heard about things that really matter to them. And we saw that in the rural romance. And we're also starting to see it in historical romance as well. So I've got Lena Dowling's Convict Wives trilogy, which I've been working on recently. It's a historical, it's a historical romance, and I'm fascinated by this trilogy because the first one is a Regency romance, so it's set during the time of, you know, George Hyers' Regency, but the hero is a convict male. But the heroines of the second two novels, his Convict Wife and Convict Heart, are actually convict prostitutes. And she does something really interesting in these two because she's asking the question, who can be a heroine of a romance? Who is worthy of love? What does society do to it? And in her novels, I guess, you know, she is engaging with Australian history, particularly with the contested convict past, and rewriting the convict past to think, you know, what was it like for women? What should it have been like in an ideal world? And when she writes that about, you know, about people in the past, we can think about the present as well and apply it to ourselves. Okay, I'm going to end there and take questions. Am I on time? Does somebody need to beat me up? Okay, all right. Okay, does anyone have any questions, anything they want me to clarify? Let me stop sharing the slides as well so that I can see comments. There's lots and lots of comments.
Is there any questions?
Okay, yes.
How central, I guess more, what's your personal definition of romance to the exclusion of anything else? Because of how central it can be to stories that aren't considered romance. If the main character attention where what the development happens, the relationship between two characters, even if they don't end up romantically into a related story, what's the point? Like the ratio between having other stuff going on, romance, and where it becomes a loss. Because like I said, there's so many genres, so much different ways that romance can show up in things. What's the point where it stops being a romance and something else, or it stops?
Okay, so what is the point where the romance stops being a romance because it focuses on too many other things, maybe too many other plot elements or issues or something like that, at the exclusion of the developing relationship between the romantic protagonists? Okay, I think that's really individual and subjective. So you can't have a particular ratio. I mean, I think that Pamela Regis has tried, but it seems quite constraining for writers. I'm often talking about this from the point of view of an academic and a writer. I think it's quite restrictive. So you know, that's why even if you have a look at the romance writers of America, their definition, it is a central love story, but it doesn't tell you how much of the plot has got to focus on them. Right, and how much, you know, so that's why I find, I guess, the British Romantic Novelist Association definition of romantic fiction a much more useful way of thinking about romance, because it can be romantic. So a lot of fiction is romantic fiction. It can have a little bit of, you know, of the love relationship, or it can have a lot. But if you have something that I guess is really exclusively focused on the courtship story, right, on the developing relationship and ends in a happily ever after, that's your romance novel. Other stuff may just have a little bit, and that can be considered romantic fiction. So I know it's not a satisfactory answer, but you know, when Pamela Regis has tried to quantify how much of it is, you know, like 50% has to be about the, you know, it's not a satisfying definition, because a lot of times it's not about how we define it. It's also about how readers, right, the public and fans and all of that define it as well. Yeah. Okay. There any? All right.
I wasn't sure if you're online. Can I just ask you what attracted you to studying this particular area?
Oh, okay. All right. So this is a story that goes back many decades. So once upon a time, once upon a time, I was, you know, an embattled PhD student working on my thesis on British women travel writers who, you know, so I was really fascinated by British women who traveled and wrote travel writing. So and this was from the late 19th to early 20th century. But one of the things I found out about these travel writers was that you know, a lot of these women went back, and after they finished traveling, they started writing about their travels. They started writing fiction, but they started writing romantic fiction. And you know, so one of the classic examples, I think, of a woman actually who did the reverse was Edith Maud Hull, E.M. Hull. So E.M. Hull wrote the text, The Sheikh, right, which was published in 1919 and became a best-selling novel, you know, generated massive controversy and was made into a film starring Rudolph Valentino. I came across Hull through her travelogue, Camping in the Sahara. And then I thought, what else has she written? And then I also was studying a travel writer called Rosita Forbes, who also went back and wrote romantic fiction. So I started writing that and then published a little bit, and then people just kept asking me to write about it. And then suddenly I found myself, you know, on this track where people would just keep asking me to, because nobody back then in the late 90s and early 20th century was 21st century was studying romantic fiction. So that's how I sort of got diverted onto this path of reading, you know, romance. Yeah. Okay. I've got a couple of questions online. Where do you see romantic fiction heading in the next few years? Okay, so I think I see it heading in two ways. I think I'm not sure where book talk is heading, but it seems to be consolidating. I guess what for me could be considered quite cliched stories, but it's consolidating those genres, those tropes, and you know, I guess for me quite formulaic novels, because it's bringing new readers in. So a lot of the new readers might not know that, you know, this story has been written to death, or this, you know, these characters have been written to death, but they're bringing new readers in. So I think that is paying off for mainstream publishers. I also see the romance getting more and more diverse, because Amazon's Kindle publishing has actually made it possible for really energetic, you know, socially, technologically, digitally proficient writers who are very good with social media to self-publish, and through their social networks to create, I guess, to create a fan base. Right, and interestingly, a lot of publishers, a lot of writers who are picked up by publishers since the 2010s, I'd say, started off as self-published novelists first, were able to show the mainstream publishers that they could develop a fan base, and then they got published commercially. So I see, you know, both trends, right? But we are definitely heading into the era of diversity, particularly with queer romances. When I talk to the students that, you know, the creative writing students that I teach, a lot of them are really into the queer romance. They're sort of rejecting heterosexual norms and all of that, because they have a sense, you know, and you see this in a lot of young adult and fantasy novels as well. They have a sense that, you know, that queer love is a sort of purer love because it doesn't depend on the gender or the sexuality of the person. So you love the person for who they are, regardless of whatever gender or sexuality, you know, so they are writing a lot of queer romance as well. Okay, so there's one question, another question from Lauren. How, considering how broad the field is, do you have any tips on how we can break this all down to make suggestions to readers in our libraries? Okay, yes, so I think what a lot of librarians do is to break it down in terms of the subgenres, whether, you know, it's like, do you like contemporary romance? Do you, are you looking for the classic romance novel, or are you looking for romantic fiction that explores issues, right? So that's the Jojo Moyes, you know, the Jodi Picoult and all of those kinds of things, right? Or are you looking for fantasy? So the genre and the publishing industry, right? So the romance industry already breaks all of these down for you in terms of subgenres. And if you do, you know, Google searches, which I do every year before I do the, you know, before I teach my creative writing, you know, classes, there's often many lists on what are the top selling, you know, or the best historical romances for 2022. What are the best, you know, like diversity romances for 2022, things like that. So that information is already out there collated for you. And of course, if you want to engage with Book Talk, there it is. I'm not a social media person myself. It's really overwhelming. I can barely keep on top of my email. Okay. All right. What else? Can you provide some suggestions of where to find popular and up and coming authors without the use of TikToks, especially for diverse? Yes. So like I said, if you Google, you know, if you do a Google search for best diverse romances, you will get lots and lots of answers coming up and really useful stuff as well. And I think, you know, because romance has become so mainstream, there's what is it? Is it the magazine? There's a literature review, literary hub, I think, does you know, they do a roundup as well of the different romances each year as well. So, you know, it's actually not too difficult to find. Okay, so I hope Sam that answers your question. Yeah.
We have time. Yeah. I know.
One more there.
Oh, one more. Okay.
Just curious, you mentioned those students or classes. I'm just wondering the gender of those who.
Okay. They're probably 2/3 female, 1/3 male. Yeah, something like that. But that's not unusual in, I guess, in a lot of the creative, well, English creative writing, those kinds of subjects. Yeah.
Oh, so that also might be, that also might be to finish from the other page to subjects that are often because it's, or what is the.
Oh, okay. So, so this unit, so we have a creative writing major. It looks through, you know, like it goes through lots and lots of different types of writing, but the lectures I give are for a particular subject called, what is it? Writing popular genre fiction. So we cover a whole lot of stuff, which is why I begin with romance, because as you can see, you know, it's useful for writing adventure romance as well as love story romance.
I see.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you so much for having me. So very best wishes for the rest of the day, and may you all live happily ever after.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sue-Ming, for that wonderful presentation. Okay, we're at 10:30. Let's do a, we've got time for a 5-minute stretch, stand and stretch. So if everyone needs a bathroom break, we're starting, we've got 5 minutes, so go. Hi to everyone online. I think we've unmuted. Hi to everyone in the room. If you'd like to take your seats where you need to start. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Ready for our next presentation. Hope everyone online and in person is ready to go. I would like to welcome library consultants from Libraries Alive. We've got Sherry Quinn and speaking here, Ian McCallum, to talk about the Readers Advisory conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. Just an apology first, we won't really be talking about the Readers Advisory conversation. Some preliminary remarks to explain ourselves. First of all, I want to acknowledge that the paper that Sherry and I have written was written on Ngunnawal land. And I acknowledge Sherry's contribution to the paper, and I acknowledge Alan's reminder to acknowledge Sherry's contribution to the paper, which is acknowledged again on the last slide. So they're the acknowledgements. Originally, the paper was to be on the Readers Advisory conversation. And there is, in the written paper, there is a wealth of information on the Readers Advisory conversation, its structure, its benefits, the way it's carried out, and a little, what would you call it, an aid memoir, I suppose, an illicit model that those of you who've done our course will be familiar with to help you remember the steps involved in the Readers Advisory conversation. Now, as we were preparing for this paper, we thought, how do you measure the outcome? Sherry and I have been doing this course for some time, the Readers Advisory course for some time, and how do you measure whether it's worked or not? How do you measure it for the reader? How do you measure it for the library? How do you measure it for the funders? How do you measure Readers Advisory effectiveness? And I think that at the end of the day, it has to be measured in terms of membership. That is the percentage of the eligible population who actually have a library card. So I'm going to be covering Readers Advisory work within the context of membership. Here's the story so far. These are the training courses that were sponsored by the State Library. The training has been conducted all over the place, including in New Zealand, but this is the State Library sponsored training, 27 train the trainer courses in the period 2014 to 2019. Three hundred and 390 trainers trained, and a multiplier effect that we can guess at. Okay, so that was the effort that went into it. What came out of it? This chart shows library membership as a percentage of population for New South Wales and for Australia as a whole. Now, what can we conclude from this in terms of the effectiveness and the impact of Readers Advisory activity? None, like no difference at all. Might as well stayed in bed. Has it slowed the decline in membership? Noting there that New South Wales is, in the last decade at least, has been consistently above the national numbers. Should we shoot the messenger and dispute the figures? Say, oh, well, you know, membership figures are pretty rubbery. It depends on when you last cleaned up your database. You know, it wasn't my fault, car wouldn't start, the cat got run over, that sort of thing. Yes? Did you have a comment? No, okay. Should we blame COVID? People couldn't get out, couldn't go to the library, couldn't borrow things, although these figures, as we'll see in a minute, the figures cover the use of digital materials as well. Now, from this, we came to the conclusion that it's not easy to link membership with readers advisory work. It's not easy, but as I hope to show, it's not impossible. How do we normally measure effectiveness for library services? Well, number of loans, number of visits, customer satisfaction, although customer satisfaction scores are typically quite high because people like their libraries, whether they use them or not, and people are concerned that if they don't rate them highly, then funding will be cut off and the services will decline. We might look at outcomes, which is increasingly what people are trying to do. And by that, I mean changes in behaviour, attitude, achievement, facility with print or digital materials, language skills, educational attainment, attention to equity, diversity, inclusiveness, a sense of belonging to the community, the more qualitative measures in terms of outcomes of library effectiveness, or we can measure in terms of membership, and that's the membership which is reported by libraries to their parent bodies in all states. Now, state libraries been looking at these issues, and I just want to briefly cover the contents of the Behavioural Insights Project and also the October 2020 report on RA services in New South Wales Public Libraries. So the Behavioural Insights Project was 5,500 New South Wales Public Library members, right, not non-members, but members were polled, Bega Valley, City of Sydney, Northern Beaches and Wagga. And you can see for yourself on the slide there, the main findings from that project, what would encourage people to visit their library more, what were the main reasons for their visits, and how often they visited the library. Now, in the October report, Readers Advisory Services in New South Wales Public Libraries, which is on the State Libraries website, I just want to bring your attention to answers to 3 questions. Question 9, please comment on the importance, on the statement, the importance of Readers Advisory has increased in the last 3 years. Those for, yes, 78.57%, those against, 21%. So clear majority view that the importance of Readers Advisory has increased in the last 3 years. Comments in relation to the statement, Readers Advisory Services will be more important 3 years from now. Yes, 96%, 86%, no, 14%. And question 17, does your library specifically market the library as a place to discover books and obtain reading suggestions? Yes, 54%, no, 46%. So from those findings, they are findings from librarians in those libraries. Those findings indicate that there's still some way to go with Readers Advisory, despite the effort that's gone into it so far. Now, excuse me. Those findings to a large extent confirm what we already knew because they're based on library members. And while this information will help us structure services to retain our existing members, how does it help us to recruit new members, which is the issue we're facing? How urgent is the need to address membership, the community take-up rate for public library services? In my view, it certainly is urgent because we've let it slip for 30 years. And if we don't address it now, our funders will soon be asking awkward questions like, where has the money gone? In this presentation, we'll argue that it's the quality of the personal relationship with the customer that is the way back from the brink of the membership cliff, and that Readers Advisory work is the key to developing this relationship. or to put it shortly, world domination through Readers Advisory. Just a few more stats on what's happening with membership. Down, New South Wales membership down 26% over 20 years, national membership down 30% over 20 years. New South Wales loans per capita down 35% over 30 years. So, I made some comments earlier about you might have some caveats about the membership figures, but when you're looking at a 30-year trend, it really doesn't matter about the detail. We're facing a decline in membership from roughly 50% to the high 30s. And here's the national picture in the form of a mad person knitting. You can see that something happened with the ACT numbers there. They must have decided to clean out their database. But the point of this is the long-term trend from upper left to lower right. But all is not lost. Normally, when there's a campaign to focus on membership, conventional responses are to do these things: spend more on materials, build or refurbish physical facilities, new libraries, new book stock, always stimulate usage, promote the collection, and then fine-tune, number of fine-tuning arrangements, extend opening hours, more programs, abolish fines, increase the number of items that can be borrowed, train staff, so on. Now, some libraries are doing much better than others. And I've had a look at 5 libraries that have a membership percentage of 60% or higher. The only 5. And in the full paper, I've calculated the membership percentages for all 90 library services in New South Wales, so that you'll be able to get that after this, and you can have a look at what your own library's doing and compare with these. So, what is it that these libraries are doing? What is it that they're doing well enough to have membership percentage in the 60s, whereas the New South Wales average is roughly 38%? What is it that they're doing, given that most libraries are now strapped for cash and are going to be more strapped for cash because of the impact of floods and fires? Local government authorities are increasingly having to meet things out of their own funding to fix the roads, flood mitigation, all of that sort of stuff. The federal government's never been particularly generous towards public libraries, and with their latest piece of craziness, spending a third of $1 billion, a third of $1 trillion on stuff that won't be delivered for 10 years, it's unlikely that there's going to be too much federal largesse for any public services, the unimportant stuff like libraries, aged care, health, the things that nobody wants. So whatever we do about membership, I think we're going to have to do it with what we've got at the moment. We're going to have to do it with existing resources, because I don't see a fairy godmother anywhere. And I think that, and I'll come to this point now, that I think engaging new customers through current customers, through building quality relationships through readers advisory work, is probably what we need to do. Now, if you look at these 5, why are they doing well? Is it because they're spending more? Well, if you look at dollars per capita expenditure, Willoughby, bless its heart, stands out there. Because Willoughby's always had a supportive council and a perfectly located, beautiful library. Are they spending more on staff? Well, no. Some of them are spending quite a bit less than the New South Wales average. Are they spending more on materials per capita? Well, not really. Do they have higher loans per capita? Well, Willoughby does, but they're spending more. Otherwise, others are close to the New South Wales average or below it. Do they have a higher proportion of adult fiction as a percentage of their collection? Adult fiction being the core part of the collection, that bit which is borrowed mostly. Well, no, not really. They're around or below the New South Wales average. So what's going on? All good on. So take two. Help. Can't move on to the next slide. Thanks very much. So I rang the library managers at those 5 libraries. Said, how come you're so good? What are you doing? Why are you above 60% when the average for the state's around 38%? And when I can't find a reason, you're not, apart from Willoughby's per capita expenditure, the other parameters I looked at, you're all either at, slightly above or slightly below the New South Wales average. So what is it with you guys? Why are you doing so well? And they said, I hope that's not too small. I'll just give you a minute to have a look at that. Well, I can quickly read it out if you like, if that would help. There's no single thing that was common to all of them. There was no magic bullet. This was more a game of inches than anything else. They had in common a focus on customers and customer service and being proactive towards their customers, not being reactive, but being proactive. And the earlier New South Wales studies had shown that more and more people were being proactive in their attitude towards readers' advisory work. They were finding readers rather than waiting for the readers to find them. They had supportive councils and council officers was a big factor. The staff understood the communities they worked in and they were involved with the community on multiple fronts. And in some cases, that meant employing staff with mostly another language than English. I think one library said all of their staff had at least 2 languages. All of their professional staff had at least 2 languages. And that obviously matters more where there's a high refugee intake, high immigration intake than other places. Others said their communities value books and reading. Others said they invest in staff training. We have a staff training team. We have a customer service team. We have a community engagement team. That is deliberate focus on performance improvement. We're in a good spot. It's easy for people to find us. We're in the population centres. We're in the transport hubs. We're where people are going. We're right next to the supermarket or we're in the supermarket. We start early. We start with books for the newborn and we just keep going. We make sure we get them when they're born and we make sure we get them when they get their welcome package to our local government area. So they were the things that the library managers said they were doing, which helped them to get to that level, that 60+ level. Okay. Now, just at this stage, bear with me. What I've tried to do is to go from how do we measure effectiveness to what did the Behavioural Insights Project find? What did the 2020 study find about our members? What's happening with our membership? What are the conventional responses to declining membership? Why are some libraries doing better than others? And how does Readers Advisory work help? And I'd argue that from these conversations with library managers, the Readers Advisory work builds relationships with customers. And those customers create other customers because they talk to each other. Now, I think there's a case for ALIA and the Australian Public Library Alliance to do something on a national level about library membership. I mean, it's a big enough issue for a campaign to take place. And I thought that right here and right now, we might help them. So I put this to you, and you've got a piece of paper, I hope, a coloured piece of paper, about what can we do about it. And I'd like you to write on that piece of paper what you believe to be our single most important membership message for both retaining existing members and creating new members. Like a single sentence, something like this. What might be the basis of a campaign? You'll all be familiar with this, it's been around for quite a while. For those on Zoom, libraries change lives, but there are other things that have taken place, other slogans that there have been over the years, and they are things like be all you can be, read, live a better life with your library, get a leg up at your library, reading rewards you, know the facts, use your library. I could go on here about the facts, particularly in this age of misinformation and disinformation. Knowing the facts, use your libraries, very important. Libraries liven life. Live your best life with your library. So what I'm asking you to do is to write down what you think the key message is that would promote retaining existing members and recruiting new members to your library. Now, when you've done that, I'll collect them, or our helpers, or Ida will collect them, Sherry will collect them, and I'll write them up and I'll put them on the website as part of this paper. So you can see from today what you and your colleagues thought was the message that would be appropriate, or messages that would be appropriate for us to share with those people who are not yet the beneficiaries of the services that we provide. Is that clear? Any questions on that? Great. We'll just give you a few minutes to have a think and to do that. You can put your name on it if you feel strongly about it, but there's no need to do that. Now, for those people who are not in this room, if you would do the same thing and send it to that email address, send your comment to info@librariesalive.com.au. Same question, what is our single most important membership message for retaining existing members and creating new members? Oh, I'm going to wind it up when I get these back, and then I'll take some questions. Yeah. So we all good with that? Looks like it. Just a few concluding thoughts before I take any questions you might have. I just want to share with you this morning something quite simple and straightforward. It's the meaning of life. I know what the meaning of life is and where it's to be found. It's to be found in the quality of the relationships that we have with our family and friends. That's what the meaning of life is. The quality of the relationships we have with our family and our friends. Now, that's what the meaning of life is for a reader's advisor as well. The quality of the relationships that she mostly, but sometimes he as well, but she and he have with their customers. And that's, I think, where we should be focusing in order to address this membership issue. Readers advisory work is an opportunity to improve the quality of our relationships with our customers. And in my view, the way to pull back from the membership cliff is by keeping the quality of the relationships we have with our customers and using our customers to help us create new customers. And that's our message this morning. Just quickly to tell you what I just told you, there's a membership issue of some proportions. We're lucky that its magnitude has not been fully recognised by those people who fund us. Otherwise, we would be facing some tougher questions than we are at the moment. And I think it's time that we got on the front foot. And I think those 5 libraries that I briefly mentioned there, and will be written up in more detail in the paper, have shown us how we can do that. That it is a game of inches. There's not just one thing to be done, but there's a whole lot of things in terms of focus, and that the earlier studies have shown that we're probably not as focused as we could be. But I don't want to be pessimistic about these things, because from what we've seen for the 60+% membership libraries, it's possible to do this. Now, in the full paper, there are some libraries that are below 10% membership and some that are below 20. And if you were responsible for funding those libraries and you were facing a big cleanup on new roads, drains, rubbish, all the things that local government looks after, if you had conflicting financial priorities and your library was performing at a level where it involved 1 in 5 members of your community, you'd be thinking, am I getting value for money? And we know from what's happening in the US at the moment, because the US librarians are getting really bolshy at the moment on a whole range of social justice issues, and they're going for it. And they've worked out that if you can get more than 15% of the community behind any particular cause, you can change a politician's mind. That's the magic figure, 15% of the community behind your cause. You can actually change somebody's mind about something. So, I mean, I think we need to look at this from the point of view of what we're doing in our own libraries right now, but also what we might do together, not just within New South Wales, because the problem's not just New South Wales. New South Wales is doing a bit better than some other states. It's a national issue, and I think it needs to be handled on a national basis. But I think that the most promising way to do it is through doing readers advisory better and better. I mean, it sounds simple, but sometimes important things are. So thanks for your attention. If you've got any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Just wanted to think a little more about one.
Oh, chance for commercial. Libraries Alive was formed in 1997 by 2 refugees from the National Library. We provide advice to libraries, and we've run more than 300 projects for more than 250 libraries since 1997. They range from, so just recent projects, if you like, an assessment of collection adequacy measures for Plain, the Library Consortium, Public Library Consortium, South Australia. Advice on ramping up the digital component of the theological collection for the Uniting Church. Sherry, you might like to comment on some indexes you've done lately. She's running away.
As you can see, we've done a lot of projects over the years. I've developed and said as a side business. I index volume books of usually sociology, archaeology, history, and so on. Within our company, as and we've got a lot of strategic plans and technology.
Might just add as you might think it an irrelevant offside remark, but I'm coming to think that a membership campaign is much more important for a public library than a strategic plan, even though a strategic plan might be something that the council really likes to see. It probably should be produced as quickly as possible, get them off your back and get on with something which is important, which is retaining members and bringing in new members.
Sherry, I love you. That's off topic. You can talk about anyone for doing really life research that you really excited. Yeah, that's one.
Thank you for that, Dorothy Dixer. I think that the most important thing about readers' advisory work is attitude rather than thing. It's understanding what your purpose in life is. If you're working in a library, they're in the paper, there must be, and they're in the earlier state library papers, there must be hundreds of things we know, both static and active, passive and active readers' advisory things, from walking up to people and asking them, finding what they're looking for, to just a standard thematic display so people can pick things off that. There are plenty of things that we can do, but they don't seem to me to matter as much as having a passion for doing readers' advisory work, which really means understanding what the benefits are that we bring to the reader. Now, that's a deeply personal issue. What is it for some people? Being transported to another place and another time is a profound and moving experience, and at certain times of their life really speaks to them. Like the romance genre, for example, if somebody needs to, like a new mum, absolutely exhausted, Junior's just shut up. She's hoping that he or she is going to be asleep for at least 90 minutes this time, and she's got a Mills and Boon, and for maybe 45 minutes she's away out of anything that might have happened during her day, a complete disjunct from where she was and a break mentally. Having a passion for giving people an experience based on reading, or the other side of readers' advisory, which is probably reference work, giving people an experience which is based on fact, being able to trust the sort of information that comes from a library and its services. They're the things that I think will make the difference, rather than doing tasks 1 to 9. And when you're recruiting for people, I'd suggest that you look for attitude first. You obviously need capability, but attitude is the thing which matters the most. You want people who are passionate about what they're doing. Otherwise, they're just a dead weight in terms of how you're going to address membership.
Well, one last question. Do you have any stats update or regional?
I've got membership percentages in the paper for every local government area in New South Wales, all 90. So that would cover regional as well as metropolitan. Membership tends to be lower where population is sparser, and that's understandable. Other than that, there are some excellent examples of regional libraries which are doing well on the membership percentage. But it's probably true to say the ones that aren't doing so well tend to be in the remoter regions, and they're more geographically spread. And one last thought on this: the libraries who are dealing with an influx of migrants who don't speak English, their membership numbers are high, because the newcomers understand how important it is to be literate and numerate, and they find their libraries and use them, which is a heartening thought, isn't it? How we can, libraries change lives. All right, thanks, Yasmin.
People need it while we plan to that. They will sort that on the day for big number of because we couldn't get them to keep the next slide. So we'll try and fix that and sales that. Next one. It's quite a break. Next three more. So thanks, Sarah. So. Yeah.
Okay, I'm unmuting for a moment and giving everyone a 2-minute warning. And the good news that we've worked out the screen sharing slideshow. 2 minutes. Just to freshen things up, where our next presenter will not be doing a slideshow. I'm really pleased to welcome up Sarah Garland. She's a branch senior librarian at Blacktown City Libraries to talk about the book mapmaking service.
Thanks very much. This was devised by teammate Laura during, I think, lockdown, one of the fruits of lockdown. People go to our website and they've given the option for a book matchmaking service. So they asked a few readers, advisors sort of questions. It's a shame we can't have a conversation with them, but we do our best. So we ask what books or authors they've enjoyed. We ask them, is there anything you didn't enjoy? Possibly even a better question. What genres or subjects do you enjoy? So there's a very long list to help them, you know, jog their memories of what they actually like. We need to know whether they want fiction, non-fiction, or both, and what kind of format. So ebooks, audiobooks, all the materials that we have in our library. We ask them, very importantly, whether they're looking for adult, teens, children, you know, what age group. And then we just want to know where they're going to pick up from and all that. So they're the questions we ask. This is an example of some of the answers that we get. So this is list up to 3 books, anything because I love reading. So helpful. Is there anything you didn't enjoy? Apparently not. Okay, someone who's never had a dud. Very strange indeed. But here we get to what genres or themes. And we've got literary classics, romance chick lit, mystery detective, criminal crime thrillers, and horror. So, okay, fine. What are we going to do with this? And of course, you don't get the chance with this format to dig deeper, which of course you would if you met the person. You'd be, you know, saying, okay, you've loved everything you've read, but what was the last thing you loved? Or, you know, try to institute conversation. However, this is what we came up with. This was Kim's work, and she's very good. So this is what it looks like for the camera. There's a link to this on the wiki after the show, as it were. She got Brooklyn for the literary novel, and she's used entirely the blurb for that one. So we can assume she hasn't read Brooklyn, but she will have used Goodreads, Fantastic Fiction, you know, all our go-to sources for inspiration on that one. The next one she chose for Horror Salem's Lot, and has put, as well as the blurb, her own commentary on it, which I really like. I think it endears the librarian to the customer, and they understand that you're actually talking from your own experience, and that's a nice connection. Crimson Lake for the thriller, for the whodunit, I expect, and The Lost Man, Jane Harper. Again, for each one, you can tell that she's read the book herself, and she's done some research, she's got the blurb. Obviously, we're only using materials that are available in our libraries, very important, and in formats specified by the customer. But we use generally the people on the staff who are most likely to connect with the genres that have been specified by the customer. So you get to know your staff, of course, and who likes to read what. And of course, there's always our databases and our resources for those genres or titles or authors that we're not immediately familiar with. But it's much more encouraging, I think, for the reader to feel that they're communicating with someone with similar tastes to their own. And the other thing we do is always use the picture, because after all, they spend a fortune on publicity, on marketing, to get that illustration to give a sense of the tone and the style of the book. So we consider that the book jacket is part of the sell, part of the marketing. We get quite a few book matchmaking requests over the course of the year. I mean, we're not inundated, but we get quite a few. We think this particular customer did write back to Kim and say, thanks for your suggestions, but we don't usually get very much feedback. So you're it's like communicating with an alien. You're getting input from out there somewhere and you're sending out, and you never really know in the way that you do with an actual live person. So very difficult to know whether we're doing a great job at that or not, but we hope that we are. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much for that, Sarah. Sorry, I forgot to say this earlier. We're in the 5-minute talks, so we're going to whip through a few of them here. I'm going to get the screen sharing up for the next one. We're going to have Suzanne Michaela from City of Ryde, Programs and Engagement Librarian. This one. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay. What? Oh, yeah. No. What's the note showing you? That's all right. There we go. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. So yes, good. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. Always have to check. So yes, my name's Suzanne Michaela from City of Ryde Libraries. So my presentation was called Summer Showcase and More. When I was doing some reading, practicing reading, it was a bit long, so I have skipped something, but now I may have to put it back in because one of my slides was about book match, which we also do at Ryde. So, so I'll just get to the guts of it, which is the showcase, which I've called Reader's Advisory Display Revamped. Okay. Right. So in early 2020, our library manager, Kathleen Allen, wanted to revamp the way library staff did Reader's Advisory display in particular. Her idea was to create posters featuring large images with strong colours and words or phrases to be inviting, evoke emotion and be punchy. She felt this would create a more professional look to the displays, minimise and be more inviting for people to pick up the books. Could minimise some time spent handcrafting or creating the extra little fancy touches of promotional material to theme displays that could be narrow themed and sometimes short-lived, and also limits the titles that you can actually put on the display. So she named the new strategy Showcase to highlight the aim of the displays, which are to showcase our collections. So using a more inspirational and general theme allows for a larger variety of items to be used for a longer term display that can be rotated across branches. It makes use of the reader's advisory skills of a diverse range of staff, particularly those who have a diverse reading background or don't read in the classic bestseller type of books. Posters are used as a face-out display wherever possible and in high traffic areas, and can be used to highlight and boost items with poorer circulation. So on the screen, we just have some examples of some of the posters and how they're used. Okay. So this is an example of some of the posters that we have. Our library staff submit their keywords, phrases, or ideas to a central list, in particular our Readers Advisory Working Group staff. And a suite of posters are created by our marketing and promotions officer about every quarter in consultation with our programs librarian coordinator. Most of the images are sourced from stock image sites, which focus on symbolic or metaphorical imagery. However, we do have one poster featuring the pet cat of our wonderful children's officer, because none of us could resist the absolutely perfect pose that Olive, our star cat, took for read, relax, and repeat. Could you get anything more relaxing than that? No stock image was ever going to live up to that. So branch team leaders can then select from these posters and rotate on a regular basis, and posters are generally changed once a month. Many themes can be used across adult, junior, and young adult audiences simply by changing the images. So staff can choose to make multiple displays for different age groups using the same theme. Feedback received has been generally positive. Staff can save time by using the already prepared posters, not having to create the additional materials to supplement the theme. More consistency across the service in the look of the RA displays, which leads to borrower recognition of where they can find reading inspiration. And it's led to being able to offer a broader range of displayed items for those particular themes. There have been some challenges faced, coming up with enough ideas for the posters to be done in a timely manner that are broad, evocative, and emotive enough to showcase the, to capture the showcase aim. But we are capturing some data to inform which themes and titles work well by branch staff. Many of our staff do enjoy making the supplementary crafting materials to make the more traditional displays, but they do get to shine and show their creativity for special occasion times, such as Anzac Day or Harmony Week. So there is still opportunity for that. Overall, the posters and the focus on face-out display has led to an increase in loans, particularly for previously performing items, and staff resources can be used for more traditional customer service and other library tasks. So that was the showcase. And then, of course, Book Match, which we've just heard about. So City of Ryde does very similar to what Blacktown does. We usually have roughly about 4 a month. Most suggested titles do end up being reserved by the borrower, so hopefully that's a good sign. And we do have some repeat customers. We do find that needs to be a bit of a push for passive and push promotion, because awareness of the service can wane over time. So passive promotion can include permanent location on the library website, bookmarks, flyers, and upcoming for us, we're adding it as a menu link in our library catalogue, the actual form. Push promotion can include things like local newspaper ads, social media push or campaigns, digital signage, and including in library e-newsletters. So we also have a pool of staff who nominate what genres or topics they like reading in, and we can pull from those people. And that was that. I did skip our first slide, which on Summer Reading Challenge, because everybody does Summer Reading Challenge, and I was going over time, and I think I am Oh, perfect. Okay, yeah, it'll be in the thing. So the Reader's Advisory aspect of the Summer Reading Challenge for us was the mystery packs. So we created over 300 mystery packs that had a variety of children's formats. So it had a picture book, a DVD, graphic novel, junior fiction, easy reader, all kinds of things. So that it would be easy for a child or a parent just to quickly pick it up and borrow something rather than having to browse all the shelves, and an introduction to all of the different junior collections. And it was very popular, and especially stickers. Stickers rule, especially large stickers featuring our Banjo the Bandicoot mascot. So.
That was superb. Thank you, Suzanne. Sharon, would you like to come up? So we've got Sharon Muscat from Hillshire Library, Collection Services Librarian, Collection Services Officer, talking about select reads. Grab and go bags. Let's get your. Let's find it. Nope. Yep. Which one is it? Oh, L. Oh, trackpads, I tell you. Which one? That one? Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, down here. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Sharon Muscat. I'm from the Hillshire Library Service. I'm based in Castle Hill, which is the main library in the library service, and I'm the Collection Services Officer there. So what I'd like to talk to you about today is a new area of the library which we set up about. Okay. We set this collection up about 2 years ago. It was in response to wanting to be able to do some more themed displays in the library and not having anywhere really set up well to do that. So we've set up the Select Reads zone, and it's a series of 8 bays within the library. So the photo that you can see there just shows the bays of the library where we have the Select Reads displays. We also have our stands in the middle here for our new books as well, and there's seating so people can grab a book and just sit down and read in the area. So initially it was set up with 2 bays of staff picks and another 6 bays of changing displays. And so each week at least 1 new display would go up, and each display would usually be up on display for 4 weeks. All staff who work at Castle Hill are given the opportunity to be rostered to set up one of these displays. And they're rostered well in advance, so everyone knows well in advance and have plenty of time to plan what their theme is going to be. Staff are encouraged to ensure that the displays are diverse and feature books from various collections within the library, wherever that's appropriate. So we don't just want adult fiction or adult non-fiction. We try and make sure each display has a mix of both bios, DVDs, talking books. Our focus in this collection is for adult titles. We don't do children's themes in here. It is for adults, and we do use some youth fiction, but where it's aimed at adults, it's not really targeted to be a youth fiction collection. With the staff picks displays, any staff member can add to that, and we just, when it's getting a little bit low, we just make sure that someone goes through and adds some more titles. So it's a good way of picking up books that may have been lost in the collection, old favourites, new popular titles, so that customers can find them. Very easy when a customer comes in, they might be new, don't know what they're looking for. So that's a very easy point that we can take customers to and talk to them about the books that are there. We soon found that our most popular displays were things featuring Australian stories, Australian authors, fiction and non-fiction, and also any issues relating to personal development of varying themes, for example, leadership, happiness, financial well-being and health. So in response to that, we made some changes to it last year, and we now have bays permanently allocated to This is Australia, Positive Living, as well as our staff picks displays. So I'll just move on and show you So for example, this is our positive living display. You can see we use a lot of face on display. We have the photo frame, which has the photo of the name of the display on there. And they're set up by someone in our promotions team. This is staff pics, and this is Australia displays. We also use cross promotion for this as well. So each week on a Saturday, we have what we call our Saturday select reads, and we have a Facebook post goes up. So for this one, this was for International Women's Day. We have a photo set up of the photo frame with the title and some books that are on there. And we actually find that a lot of the books that we feature in this photo get reserved by customers. Linking in with that, the Facebook post links to the library OPAC page, and we have a carousel on there of the titles, so customers can see that list of themed books. It also extends the reach of this because this is only the physical displays are only at Castle Hill. This means that it opens it up to all members of the library that may be accessing the library catalogue. We also do a theme display with the same theme on our Overdrive page. So we have a curated list on there for that as well. It's been a very good way for staff to develop their readers advisory skills and also a good opportunity for us to promote different areas of the collection. Okay, the other thing that I just wanted to briefly talk about were our grab and go bags. There's a photo there. These are the bags that we use. And what we do is we place 5 books in this bag. For the kids bag, we also put a little activity sheet in there for them from some Blackline Masters. We originally started this when we reopened following lockdown because we were finding people just really wanted to get in and get out very quickly. But we have continued it. A lot of the parents love these. We have huge numbers going out each week. For example, last week for the kids' bags, we had 65 bags go out of Castle Hill. Huge numbers. The adult, we do kids' bags and adult bags, and adults we usually range between about 5 to 10 each week. Customers comment for the adults, they love it because they find authors that they haven't read before. And if they're really not sure what to read, it just gives them a quick way to find some authors that they would like. And yeah, the parents really love the kids' bags because, especially if they don't know what they're looking for, one of the most popular ones is I can read it myself, because parents are often reading for those early chapter books, and just makes it very accessible for them. And they love coming in and picking them up. So they can borrow a bag and they can do some of their own selections as well. Find a particularly big uptake with the kids ones with the new members of the library. They see it and are always asking what they are and picking them up. Did anyone have any questions? Yes?
How do you distribute those bags?
Okay, well, we have RFID self-borrowing kiosks, so they're able to just place the bag directly onto the kiosk and it issues them. And it tells them on there that there are 5 books on there. So if people ask, we just say make sure that 5 titles come up, so then they can see what they've got as well. But and we do seal the bags to try and stop people rifling through, because sometimes people do like to have a bit of a pick through. Yeah, most of the time they do get left now that people know what they are. Yes?
The adult.
Sorry?
We have a theme.
Yes, we usually, yeah, we have different themes. Sometimes they're just very general, like rural romance, historical fiction, but some staff pick all different. You know, there was one that I saw was pretty covers. Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much, Sharon. Oh, I'm down here. And obviously for more questions, we can collar everyone at lunch, and we're nearly there. We have 2 presentations from Newcastle libraries coming up. So first up, we've got Pat Annette's the Service Delivery and Customer Services Coordinator, talking about Library Lounge. Let me find your thing. Yeah.
No.
Oh, webpage. You're doing webpage. No, not that one. So it's maybe there.
This is the library. Oh gosh, this is going to be fun. Oh, it hasn't got a touch screen. Oh dear. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Okay. See how we go.
We'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. Apologies, we've had a few technical issues. My thumb drive didn't like this machine, and after 4 email attempts, I haven't been able to get my PowerPoint up. And I'm not a very good driver without a mouse, so. Okay. So I'm here to talk about a project that we started back in April 2020. You can probably all remember what we were doing then. All our branches were closed and we were all working from home, trying to work out the best way to keep our service going and to help our members and to stay sane ourselves. So with all of our staff working from home, there was a silver lining that we actually had time to do some of the projects that we had been, if only we had time, getting them up and running. And the online library lounge was one of those projects. It gave us an online readers advisory presence. I was looking back through my files preparing this presentation, and it was really lovely to see the enthusiastic contributions from everyone at the meetings we were having while this was going on. So the Library Lounge Online is an offering of all our reader service advisories. Hang on, I'll start again. The Library Lounge is an online offering of readers advisory services for all members, which enables them to get the most out of our read, watch, listen options and collections through our libraries. It gives members the readers advisory services at their fingertips, and it's a link between our staff, our collections and our members 24/7. It provides staff expertise in the form of reviews, reading lists and topical discussions. New titles and book clubs are also features. It's just a one-stop shop for all our reading advisory. Post-lockdowns, the Library Lounge continues to thrive. The page is constantly under review and staff are encouraged to contribute their ideas and reviews. And the Library Lounge has also gone live. It's the banner under which Newcastle Libraries run all of its author events, book launches, trivia nights, etc. It's all under the Library Lounge Presents. So what we have on the Library Lounge are a number of pages. So the first page is our What's New page. Oh my God. So on our What's New page, just about due to be updated, but we just have various reading lists of what's new. They're links from those covers straight through the catalogue, so reservations can be placed on those. Pretty simple. And the next page I won't talk in detail about, because when I have finished here, the lovely Sky Jones is going to tell you about our Summer Stories, which is a program that we have running every summer for our adult audience. But we also have a link to that, obviously, on our Library Lounge page. The next, these are our reading lists. We change these regularly. So the lists themselves, and I'll open one, link directly to the catalogue, so our members can place holds directly on those. These lists, as I said, change regularly, and there's also an archive of all of the lists that have been put together. So any staff can put together a list,
and make them up with these links to the catalogue. We do have an amazing digital team that keep this page up to date for us. If you're watching, Tash and Jamie. And then the next one, which is contributed by all of the staff, are our staff reviews. So, staff reviews. So this should be changed, time allowing, every month, and we have some highlighted staff reviews. We have a template that the staff can just fill out their reviews. Why isn't that page scrolling down? Sorry, I'm not going to be able to get this down. We got it here. Oh, you can see it over there. So we have the staff review. So it's a cover, the title, a quick synopsis of the book, and then just a quick couple of lines from the staff member to say, you know, what they thought of the book. Obviously, they're usually books that the staff like, and we do have a system of staff picks stickers that we place on the books that the staff have liked. And also there's a link in the catalogue, which you can do a series search of staff picks and find any of those books that the staff have recommended. Then we have our book club hub. So once again, tiles, book club kits. We have a selection of book club kits, about 200 kits with 10 titles in a kit. They're links directly through to the catalogue. So the staff can pop the book club members can pop a hold on our book club kits. I can't seem to scroll down when I get into the page, but see there's 260 kits in the collection that the book clubs can pop holds. We also have in there what's new, so the latest book club kits and book club events, trivia nights or meetings or whatever. And getting started, if you're starting a book club, that page actually started in during lockdown. So we had tips on how to start an online book club, and we provided links to our e-books so that people could start online book club kits. The kids' couch is basically the library lounge for children. So at the moment, our children's team is a bit depleted, so that hasn't been updated for a little while, but they have the same sorts of things that we have generally for adults, but for kids. And then Literary Links is a page where we just provide links to different sites. Oops. Sorry, I'm making some. So just general links through to sites that people might want to use to do their own readers advisory stuff. Back here. And then the last one, this is, we call it personal librarian service, but basically this is our book matching service, and the forms are accessed through this site. So we just use the ref tracker form for people to fill out. Comes in as an email to us, usually gets directed to me, and I'll disseminate to the staff that are expert in whatever area they are expert in. Any questions? We love it.
So envious of that one. All right. Now, welcome to Sky Jones. You had a PowerPoint? Yes. Who's a team leader at Newcastle Libraries to talk about some stories. How are we doing this? Which one? Yes. Yay. Got all worked out. Right. Beautiful. Click. Right.
Hello, everybody. We've been running Your Summer Stories, or the equivalent thereof, at Newcastle Libraries for an adult fiction summer reading program for about 7 or 8 years now. So we've worked through many different iterations and working out how we can get the most attention, the most retention. At the moment, this is how we have it set up, and we've been running this style of program for about the last 3 years with the 7 titles format. So you can see here, these are the titles that we did over summer just past. Wildflowers, Peggy Frew, The Paris Mystery, The Tilt, the latest Gary Disher, Heather Rose, Holly Throsby and Fleur McDonald. We always do Australian authors. We don't know if we will continue always doing Australian authors now that we can get so many more international authors available, and people are really receptive to sitting in a room with a screen post-COVID. So this is, again, what we have done, but we're always trying to change and mix and just appeal to what our members are looking for. So I've just taken a screenshot from our website. I was going to actually go through, but seeing as Pat couldn't scroll, I'm just going, we're just going to go with this. So again, this is when you enter into the Summer Stories tile, where you can see this. We've got the catalogue links for all the titles, sorry. And we also do a podcast with each of our authors. That's hosted with Pat and I, various other members of staff. We have a really keen reader on local ABC Newcastle radio, and he's just been really important in us getting this up and off the ground, and a really wonderful promotional tool as well. So this year, his name's Dan Cox. Dan did our launch event as well as the closing event for the Summer Stories season. This is just an example of the kind of graphics that we're using and how we're putting them, so that we're using these both on our digital display screens, in our branches, on all of our social media. And part of this, we've tried particular themes. So we've had crime, we tried for sport, we've tried different things. What we have found though is that having more variety brings in more people. So we have posters around the city, and it's promoted in this way where there's a lot of the well-known landmarks of the city and summer kind of themes. And everyone has a book next to their bed. I just really like that one. So this is our launch event where we had Chris Hammer. Everybody, I mean, we knew we could fill the event twice over if we had Chris Hammer, so it was really fantastic. Again, we've got Dan there doing the interview. Dan also really loves Chris Hammer, so it really came through. It was a really fabulous night. We finished with Gary Disher, again with Dan, again at capacity. So really, really well received. So what we've did over that period, so Your Summer Stories kicks off the first week of December and goes until the end of February. We had 2,000 loans for those 7 titles. So that includes across all parts of the collection, ebook, e-audio, physical titles. We had in an increase from the previous year, we had an increase of 37 members for that November to February period, 37% new members, and 100% increase in ebook loans for that same period for the year before, and a 56% increase in e-audio loans. When we were looking at the stats for this, it was really, really impressive to see the increases, particularly in e-loans. They really are taking off, and it was something that the advertising campaign really focused on as well. We had the wonderful situation where we had free events and everyone showed up.
Question?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I just assumed.
Those books, did you acquire extra e-copies?
Yes, yes.
Any that being reserved, they'll get to them.
No, we did. We acquired extra e-audio, and we had all of the titles in what we call our grab and go collection, which is your 2-week top titles. Yeah. In previous years, we have ordered extras but fallen short. So this has been a way that pretty much if you want to read the book that summer, you can.
Can I just ask you something? Who chooses which books to follow?
Pat and I. No, really, we've tried really hard to develop some good relationships with publishers. So we're now at a point where we've got firm enough relationships that they're getting in touch with us saying, we know that you run this. We've got such and such coming out. We've got these authors that are going to be available for the time. So as the years go on and it becomes more established, those sort of relationships really start to pay off.
How many people and how much time does it take to organize? Because it's a incredible program to go put together, but I can only imagine it does take a lot to get organized to arrange for these writers to come in and talk for your podcast and have the events ready, have the marketing campaign.
I suppose post-COVID, it's a lot simpler. We were pretty keen on podcasts when we first got going with them because there's no setup and pack down and food and glasses to wash and all that sort of stuff. And you don't have to pay author transport, and it's really just a scheduling thing. We do have a podcast station that we'll be using for future events as well. In the past, we have used contractors, but now we'll be able to do that ourselves. It is time consuming, but mainly managed.
Yes, basically, and we're getting it pretty slick with it. After all this time, yeah, it is just basically scheduling it. We start planning in July, and everything is usually right in place, scheduled well before the start in November. And with the comms, with our comms team, so it's got
That's
our
right.
comms team, we send that brief to them very early on, and they just basically improving on the previous bits. So that's.
So for anyone online that didn't hear that, it's basically a team of two, just loving it. And we get started. Yeah, we get advanced copies, which is just like the best perk in the world. And we get started like June, July. And we can therefore make sure that all of our comms and everything are done well and truly in time. So we need the time to promote in advance as well.
One last question. In this particular format, what facility for the readers to give their feedback from all the no.
Not at the moment, but yes, we may well have that for next summer because it'd be great.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that, Sky. It's lunchtime. Yay, we've made it here. We're going to break for an hour lunch. We'll get back here at 1 o'clock. On-site folks, we get to head to the gallery room for sustenance. So it's going to be down the hall. State Library staff will direct you. There's one heading there now. I can recommend the library steps for a bit of sunshine as well if you need it. There's an exhibition up the top called Re-Evolution. Extra spots, you'll find a photo of me and as a clown in there if you have to go to it. As a clown.
Welcome back, everybody. Can you hear me? And we're back. So I hope you all enjoyed the morning session. And I want to say thank you to Yasmin for fabulous chairing. So I have big shoes to fill, but here we go. My name's Ita and I'm from Tamworth Library and I'm part of the RA steering group. I'm really happy to be here with you all. So our first speaker today is Oriana. And she told me how to pronounce her surname, but she's Spanish and I'm Dutch. So we keep it with Oriana. And I think that's fabulous that we're both from a non-English speaking background because she's going to talk about multicultural book displays. Take it away, Oriana.
Okay, I have 10 minutes and I'm a big talker. Ellen's gonna give me the dirty look as soon as about 8. No, she doesn't have a dirty look. Okay, so what we're going to talk about today is the theme that is come out through Alia Multicultural because we were called to let's resuscitate this because it's important and we say yes.
And Sandra is at the back. Say hello, Sandra. Yeah, okay. So we start looking about how we make this concept really strong. And of course, there are people faster than us, and Wollongong City Library is one of those. They went for a research, and the things start coming. Visibility. What does that mean in the context of inclusion, diversity, and equity? I've got a whole messy notes for myself, because that's the way how my brain works, actually. So the message is how to raise awareness of things that we already have and things that we have for ages, for at least 25 years or since 1970s. Next year, in March, probably the State Library should be celebrating 50 years of folklore. At the moment, we've got 42 languages. We are in every library in New South Wales, wherever you want. It's one of the most generous services in the state, in the country, I would say, because it's wherever you like. That is the concept. So you want 30 books, we send you 30 books. Your order arrive and we dispatch probably in a day and a half, unless we run out of stuff, which is a good thing too. But when the material arrive in library, even your own collections, we're talking about prime real estate here. Everybody wants to be at the front of the library, but we can't do that because we have a space. The children are normally at the back or on the side because too noisy, but they're fun. Anyway, but that's where they are. The multicultural collections in different language tend to be at the back of the room, and so is the English as a second language. So if you imagine just for a second, me arriving in the culture for real in the 1987 with an English from high school, and I was bad, like really, really bad. I didn't know, how this is a chair and that is a person. Ta-da, I'm done. Okay. So what we will do is we just kind of walk into the library. It's an unknown thing. Many of our residents of our community come from war countries. Do you think that a library is still there? No way. They got fire, together with all your documents. So in some of the countries, we are not familiar because we have to pay to access to the library. And if I had to buy bread and pay for my library, you better I'm gonna go for the bread. So there is a whole range of issues. So how do we work with our community? Libraries and library staff are really generous. In general, so we're talking about, our presenter today, Ian was talking about people that really need to have the brain in the thing. If I interview someone and said, oh, I love to read, and you say, great, but not in the library, because you will be busy loving people. And isn't that a great difference between a person who comes and give you a touch of empathy and compassion, an intention to help you, just intention. You can read that when somebody has an intention to help you, or when it's somebody bored that it should be at home and never in a library, we also read that. So in order to combine all this sort of thing, we thought, okay, what's the theme? We need to create something that is visible, that I don't need to identify here, my colleague is Dutch. I don't need to know that she's Dutch. I will never guess that she's Dutch. With this beautiful look that you see now here, I got the Mediterranean look apparently, but I could be Lebanese. People have told me that I'm Brazilian, but I look at myself in the mirror and say, no way, Jose. I am like a 65% American indigenous person, okay? That's what I see. So we won't be able to identify someone, say, oh, you might speak Russian. It's not gonna happen. So what we could do in terms of visibility. Now, we thought we don't want extra work. We can't have extra work. We don't have the time. So it has to be easy. I've seen an excellent example that I'm going to share with you. Not unmute.
Oh, that's good. Up and down, up and down.
Up and down.
I've only just learned.
Ah, yeah, okay.
History.
Okay.
And it's not working.
Maybe
Okay,
push now?
Yasmin, please come and help.
Oh, there it is.
See.
Oh,
Is that it?
happy Harmony Day. Time to have a drink after in the afternoon. Margaritas will be the appropriate drink. Pisco sour, vodka and orange on behalf of the Russians. Maybe not orange, but anyway, have a drink. Okay. So this is a display that we have. I'm not sure from which library we got this one, but this is a mix of things. The concept here is one community, many language. That is true. And why is this becoming so strong in region Australia? It's because the immigration department say you are an international student, you are a professional, you might be a doctor, you might be a nurse, you might have the skills that we want, but we don't want you here in Sydney. We want in regional Australia where we really, really need you. Actually, we do need you in Sydney, but they are sending you back. Why? Why? The reason is because the visa system works with points. Include your age. So young is up to 40, and then we're gone. I'm so gone. Okay. Also, your profession. Do you have children? They don't tell you that, but you can bet that they count the children. Okay. So all this points give you a better possibility if you move to a regional Sydney, or sorry, regional New South Wales or country town that are not the region center. And that's why you see all our communities happening with the intention to stay. Sometimes there's a moving part. So when we go and say one community, many language, this is the display. So I walk into the library and I can see a mix of, there's the Curry Mail there, there's the Harry Potter, there's book in Arabic, and a whole bunch of language. And I don't need to do anything. Yeah? No, page down. Now I'm becoming very smart. There's the Campbelltown City Library. Okay? I was at Campbelltown and we talked about this concept a couple of months ago, and the library manager said, we can change that. Bang, she went out and changed it. And so, but it's not about changing only your central library where you live. It's about talking to your colleague and say, oh, your colleague now next week will be working in a branch. Why don't we do the same? I'm going for color because we need to call their attention. I don't know what is in my brain, but if I walk into a place and I see something in Spanish, I'm gonna see it no matter what. In the middle of a whole bunch of things, I'll see it. And I talk to other people and say, yeah, it's true. So you don't need to put an effort. You don't need to put half of the books in different language. No, one is enough. What do you want? Now, say that your community, you identify 5 groups in your community, but you suspect there's another bunch of people floating around. You can put that extra book there in a different language that you have never used before, because there's somebody floating around is going to see it. You can see here is a variety of children and adults in different language. Now, this has come from a research that we done with Charles Sturt University, and it's about reading in your own language. I assisted recruiting the people, and I went for bilingual, highly educated, bilingual. So people who can actually read in English, that they write papers in English, they manage in English, that's their life. But we wanted to know, were they members of the libraries? Yes, all of them. And what language do they read? If it's for work, they will have to do it in English. But if it was for relaxing, they will do it in their own language. And the question was, what did you get out of it? I don't know if it has to do, it's a neurological thing, that when you read in your language, you totally chill out. You really go down and relax. And people went out and said, you know, I feel close to my mother, somebody says, because that reminds me of a feeling. So people do it for the feeling. And me being a bit different, I thought, okay, in what language do I swear? I swear in Spanish, because English doesn't mean anything to me. And that's in a gut reaction, it's an instant reaction. How come after being in this country for 35 years, why I go to Spanish? I bet you that my swear were out of whack, like it probably doesn't mean anything there, or just ridiculous, but it's an instant reaction. So means also, that emotionally, I'm so attached to my language. I was just reading something from neuroscience yesterday. It says that the brain is some kind of wire in your own language. So we can become something else that we are not. That's the way we are. So I thought this research is really interesting in the sense that we are never detached from our mother language. It's not only it's culture, it's feelings, it's all those interesting things. Now, here's another example on how I walk into the library and I see this happening. Now, how are we going to support you? You know that I'm the master in command of both language from the state library. Okay. So what about if I'm a small country town? I don't have my own collection because I got a few families here that I know, but they kind of walk into the library, but really they don't get connected. In order to hook them in, I will borrow from the book loan something for display. And what we will do is when you start selecting the book loan for this for language, have a pull down menu for language, there will be an option that it says for display. And you will tell us what language you suspect they are in your community. Or you might say, these are the 3 languages that I definitely have, but I would love you to send me some surprise language. And what we commit to is send you things like that. They are colorful, you know, children books. And what we're gonna go for color, for something interesting. So there's another example of the material that we have in our collection. I will definitely send you cookies and perfumes and candles and stuff that is interesting. Murder mystery is also right out there in my brain. And so we will be able to do that for you. And if it has to work with whatever you do with your display. Do you put it once a week? That's what you do with the rest of the book. You're just gonna sprinkle, you know, this different language, but not only on your central library. It has to come across and you have to keep going. And it's not more work. It's just a slight different way of approaching your display. Just slight different. Okay. The only thing that I wanted to say, you know, how you display normally your book, one day you might decide that is a good story to do for Health Week. Don't forget books in different language for health. We can provide that across 42 languages. Last year we launched Telugu and I got it in storage downstairs somewhere in this side of the building. The only language in the country, Tibetan. So we're ready to rock and roll in May when we have all the extra material ready to go. Let me see if I have something more. No, I got more pretty books just to share with you. So again, that's Campbellton, the rolling in, you know, doing it now. The children books. Oh, it seems like I finished. Let me see if I can give you some good message before I go. Yes. In the same topic of visibility, we are about to embark on a research with Macquarie University, who will be looking at how we engage our community how our website look, what's the balance between having a collection online and in print. So that's coming up. Thank you so much. I'm still here. So.
Thank you, Oriana. That I felt like you were talking about me, but I know it's not all about me. Now I'll stop share screen. There we go. And we're back. Who are we going to have now? Oh, how exciting. Joanna and Nari are going to talk about let me get it right, adult fiction stock quality health check. Oh, there's a question?
It's of the camera top with going backwards.
Oh, okay.
It's a very simple.
I have no idea. Thank you. What are we doing? Oh, cool. Okay, let's welcome Nari and Joanna.
Yeah. I don't know how I'm doing. Right. That's about to fall out. Okay.
That was good. Yeah, thank you.
Go down. You just can't.
No, what did I do? Sorry. That's okay. Okay, hi everybody. You probably can't see it, but my heart's about to explode. That's okay. We'll get there. Okay. Hello, I'm Joanna and I work for the Inner West Library and History Service, and together with my colleague in the industry, Nari, we will be discussing, presenting I should rather say, our experiences of the adult fiction stock quality health check project. And yes, you're right, it is quite the mouthful. So as Ellen will probably attest, I've just taken to calling it the top 500. Sorry, Ellen. So, okay, let's begin. Oh, down, across? With the arrow keys. Okay, yep, trying. Nara, you want to go? Oh, with the there we go. Okay, how is it that we're here? Well, Nari flew in and I just easily caught the train. But really the reason we're here is because we both received an email from, I won't tell you from whom, but in December. And in the title, it really was in the title, it said, would you be willing to be in a combined session at the Readers Advisory Seminar talking about the planning for the adult fiction stock quality health check? Okay, can you guess who sent that? We won't give names away. This is how Nari responded, as she always does. And you saw my head shaking. I can demonstrate it again. Nah. But my manager, who's sitting just here and is encouraging me, sort of also encouraged me to do this. So let's move on. I'll be talking about my experiences of working with the contemporary fiction list, and Nari will be talking about her experiences with the romantic fiction list. Okay. You might have, oh no, I mean, it's work. Okay, cool. Okay, so Nari and I are just two people of a bigger group of public library employees. Some of you may be here, some of you are online. Hello. Hello. And we would meet online periodically, and basically we were there to help assist Ellen with this project, which is basically the top 500 list. One of our first steps, and by the way, I should say that Ellen is coming on after us. So if there are any questions that we can't answer, Ellen will fill in the gaps. One of our first steps was to actually come up with a list of genres that would represent all of the adult fiction, all of the adult graphic novels, and all of the short stories that would be in the top 500. So we took on all of your suggestions. There was a lot of debate between ourselves, which was very friendly, I can guarantee you. And eventually we got down to this short list of 9, and it really is a short list. You'd be surprised how difficult it is to get to such a tight list. And you can see an example of each of the genres, left to right, obviously. So our genres are action adventure, contemporary, crime mystery, fantasy, historical fiction, horror, romance, science fiction, and thriller and suspense. Okay, a lot of work went into that. It seems so simple now. Okay, so what is contemporary fiction? So Nari can correct me, but I don't recall us ever at any point sort of even stopping to define it. We all just somehow understood that contemporary fiction was a story that was loosely set in the present time. And I do mean loosely because there are some titles in here that were set in the 80s and the 90s, but we just felt they were just a little bit still too close to us to pop into the historical fiction group. Contemporary fiction is a story that depicts real life. And finally, for us, contemporary fiction was a story that just could not be easily captured by one of our other genres. So to give you an example, you can see the Furies just here. So like we did for every other title, say we took the Furies and we'd ask, is it horror? Well, bits of it are, but not in the way that we know the horror genre, so we can't put it in there. Does it have crime? Yes, but again, not in the way that we, understand crime mystery to work. And then finally, is it set in the present time? Yes. Does it depict real life? Yes. Bingo. And it would go into the contemporary fiction. So we did this title by title by title. We would break out into groups and look at each title in this individual way, because as you can see, so few categories to choose from. So you have to ask yourself a series of questions like this. Incidentally, this contemporary fiction genre is not mentioned in Neil Wyatt's seminal tome. I looked through it, didn't see it at all. The Reader's Advisory Guide to Genre Fiction, which we've all probably, been exposed to and discussed in the past. But the genre itself really worked for us, so we kept it. And if you want to browse through Neil Wyatt's seminal tome, you can actually see it on the Indie Reads database, so available for you to borrow, a number of copies actually. Okay, next one. All right. So what's in the contemporary fiction list? Well, nearly everything that you suggested to us by filling out the top 500 survey. The only things that we left out were titles that, well, I think there's only one, that were published pre-2017. Because there had already been 2 health checklists prior to this one that we're undertaking now. So we assumed that they would have been picked up by that list, those 2 lists. And plus there were just so many books, and we wanted to include as much new material as possible. So we kind of had to have a cutoff point. The other thing, and everything else that went into the contemporary fiction list were other titles that we just basically couldn't make them work for any other genre. So they were not wholly horror, or they weren't wholly crime, but they were set in contemporary time, in which case they came into that pot as well. So in the contemporary fiction list, you'll see books that are flagged as humorous, like The Funny Thing About Norman Foreman, books that are translated fiction, All the Lovers in the Night, set in contemporary times, books that are domestic fiction, like First Time for Everything, or books that are flagged as coming-of-age stories. I know I put the official way to describe that, but I cannot pronounce it no matter how many times I looked at it on Google. Okay, so, all right, so what else is in the contemporary fiction list? Okay, right. So we tried to include everything that was said to us, and it was a really, really, really wonderfully diverse list. But the more we chatted, the more we kept thinking, right, well, we need more of everything. We need more First Nations writers. We need more writers from non-English speaking Australian communities, more African-American writers, more Asian writers, more New Zealand writers, and yes, even more male writers. Some of us pushed back on this, but Ellen insisted. So somebody would say, do we have, and they go, oh, no, we don't. So we'd kind of scurry away and we'd come back with some titles and we'd, argue about it a little bit more. So we try to include as much as possible in this way. As an aside,
When I was kind of putting these book covers together, I got to the third book cover and I realized they were all red. So I deliberately looked for the fourth book cover that was red because it reminded me so much of the types of conversations that we all have with our library patrons who come up to us and they go, I'm looking for a book, it has a red cover. So now here's my offering to you, 4 red covered books that you can recommend. So take it away. Okay. Finally, why is the contemporary fiction list so big? Okay, so if you look at the numbers there, you can see that crime mystery, not surprisingly, is a whopping 80 titles big. We all know this. Our patrons just can't get enough of it. Thursday Murder Club, anybody? Our reservations went through the roof. I know, I read it, like you wouldn't believe, loved it. So we know we had to keep giving crime mystery. But why is contemporary fiction so big? It's another 5 titles on top of crime mystery. Well, as I explained to you before, we had a really tight set of genres. So by default, any title that didn't meet the criteria of the other genres and was set in contemporary times went into contemporary fiction. There were so many good books. It was really, really hard to kind of turn them away. So I kept arguing, let's make it bigger. So I'm part of the reason, to be honest, why it grew and grew and grew. But I did end up defending it well enough for Ellen to agree to the final high numbers. Okay, it's also quite a big list because we wanted to celebrate Australian authors. We know that good writing happens overseas, but this was such a good opportunity to highlight our own homegrown authors, and not just the big names either, not just, you know, the Leanne Moriartys and so on. We wanted to shine a light on writers and really whole communities that have been marginalised in the past. Now, as Ellen will point out to you when she comes on to speak, the contemporary fiction list, like the rest of the 500 titles, is not meant to be definitive in any way. It's meant to be just a representation of the type of collection that you can have at your library that will welcome diversity and will ultimately convince your respective communities that, yes, they can see themselves reflected in their library. Finally, as an aside, I like to view this list and not only the contemporary fiction, but the whole top 500 as a snapshot in time. I just love how rich in content it is, because most of the titles that are in here, in this list, were published in a time that was just mired with confusion and heartache thanks to COVID, and yet the list itself is so rich. Thank you.
Hi everyone, so my name's Nari and I'm a country girl in the city. I come from Gullible Land in Bundjalung country, so up the top of the state, from a country town called Casino, population of about 10,000. And one of my superpowers are that I'm a romance reader. I'm proud of it. So I loved being a part of this process and looking at representing the romance genre, championing it to all of you. So let's look at romance. There'll be a little bit of double up. So our beautiful, articulate, intelligent speaker this morning went into detail about romance. And so you might hear some things you've heard before. So romance is found in many stories, like it was spoken about this morning. So what these stories that are in this top 500 are about the romance genre rather than romantic fiction. You'll see romance in the themes of a lot of the other genres, but these are romance as a genre. And as mentioned this morning, romance genre is described by the Romance Writers of America as a novel that includes a central love story and an emotionally satisfying and optimistic ending. So it's a central love story with an emotionally satisfying and optimistic ending, not Romeo and Juliet. So we wanted to make that clear about what the types of books that were in the list. Just because someone gets a kiss does not make it a romance novel. So the stories have a variety of tones, literary styles, pacing, different combinations of subgenres from contemporary, paranormal, romantic suspense, historical, erotic, and humorous, but they all have that happily ever after or happy for now conclusion. Romance has generally been traditionally considered a female-only place where females both write and read. They're trashy smut for their own guilty pleasures. You have to hide your covers away so no one sees what you're reading. And there's all sorts of things I can say about this. I'm limited to 10 minutes. But, you know, who does it benefit to see the only value of romance as fluff and not worthy literature? Some may even write that the suppression of joy can be a means of keeping the status quo. I'm just putting that out there as a little. But is describing romance novels in this way a true representation of romance novels that are being published and read today? Who is writing these stories and who's reading them? Who is falling in love and with whom? And why are people reading romance novels and why include them in a list of 500 titles? And there's 70 in there. There was a beautiful article on Literary Hub, which was mentioned this morning as a good resource by Katie Futich back in January. So after a year spent reading romance novels, I can't help but feel as though I've stumbled my way into a great bookish secret, one I've been hesitant to share out of fear that no one will believe me. Still, here I am, completely reinvigorated in my love for reading and writing, thanks to several thousand pages filled with crystalline character studies, incisive dialogue, thought-provoking social commentary, and yes, lots of very good sex. When so much critically acclaimed literature emphasises the most profound drudgeries of human existence, reading romance has liberated me from the misguided notion that suffering and meaning are interchangeable. I don't see romance as an escape, a way to smooth, sorry, I should have put that in one, a way to smooth the anxious folds of my brain, but a vehicle that has allowed me to reconnect with a part of myself that felt close to burning out. It was a really personal quote for me, but I thought really gives, you know, the breadth of what we're looking at with romance novels. I just thought the quote also reminded me of a phrase I first came across. I don't know if anyone follows Australian author Holly Ringland on Instagram, but she often uses a hashtag, says joy is an act of resistance. I did a bit of research into that, and it was first used in 2008 by a Black American poet, Toy Derricott, as part of a series of poems that were inspired by a goldfish that she had as a pet while she was an adult. The point is that reaching for joy isn't always easy. It's not always easily available to us, yet it can deliver so much. One of the many strengths of romance stories is that the story supports and enables an emotional connection between the characters in the story and the reader, including a feeling of joy. What does that mean for our members? You know, we're talking about Reader's Advisory today. So what a story about a 12-year-old girl developing a sense of self, maturing in this world. She'd, you know, come to the realization that she was attracted to other girls. She wanted to explore this. She wanted me, you know, what books can I read? So gave her some different genres. She loves crime and suspense. I gave her some of those, but I popped in a little romance, young adult. The book was called Dancing Barefoot by Alice Boyle, who's a debut Australian author. And this book is the winner of the 2021 Text Prize for Young Adult and Children's Writing. Yay for a romance novel winning a prize. And Alice Boyle's Twitter bio is gay writer lady. When this young 12-year-old brought the book back to me, she said that the book made her feel so happy. She wanted to go inside the book and live there with the characters. So that's what we're talking about with romance novels. It's about validation, it's about connection, and everyone deserves their joy. Everyone deserves an expansive sense of possibility, curiosity, and connection to other people. And everyone deserves a happily ever after or a happy for now. We really did our best to try and reflect that in the romance titles in the 500. When I say everyone, I mean everyone. So if you're a woman connecting to other women, we tried to reflect that, and you can see, tried to have different genres. So we've got historical, contemporary. Your man connecting to other men. Again, historical, contemporary, different backgrounds. Are you a transgender person finding connection with other people? Both Matthew Metzger and Penny Ames are both transgender authors. I haven't read the Matthew Metzger, but I have read Penny Ames's For the Love of April French, and it's a debut story, and yeah, pretty incredible. Of course, a woman connecting to a man. We can't forget that that's going on in the world as well. Do you have more open ideas about what a relationship is? Polyamorous relationships. Something more fluid. It doesn't have to just be one person with one person. Nicola Davidson is a New Zealand author who's really passionate about she writes a lot of erotic fiction, historic fiction, really open relationships. Katie Roberts. Fantasy, lots of fun. Are you over the age of 30 and looking for love? Yes, it does happen. So we try to, you know, not everyone's 24 wanting to get into a relationship. So more mature characters, First Nations voices, Australian Aboriginal romance authors, there really isn't many. So I'm looking forward to there being more authors in that space. We've got Yvonne Weldon. Couldn't have Anita Heiss because she's in our lovely contemporary section, but she's re-releasing her 3 romances with the new sort of illustrated covers. Got Pamela Sanderson, First Nations USA. Do you have chronic health issues? Do you have a disability? A neurodivergent? The Hugh Breaking novels about includes themes of dementia. And I had to add rural stories because I'm a rural girl, and the amount of rural romance that comes through our library is huge. So yeah, we've got our stories to tell. There's things that I haven't touched on with these screens, but the titles that we've included within the 500, they've got themes of trauma and grief, characters are bisexual, pansexual, queer, Latina, Indian, Caribbean, Black British, Black American, including historical stories. I've written slave stories written from a Black perspective, which Bev Jenkins was mentioned this morning as well. Malaysian, Vietnamese, Muslim, Christian. So there's some of the Christian stories, translated works, cowboys, sci-fi, sex on a spaceship, and humorous. So we really tried to have diversity in genre, diversity in themes, diversity in the authors themselves as well, because everyone deserves a happily ever after, or maybe happy for now. I've got, I read Catherine Center book for the first time recently called The Bodyguard. It was really lovely. She wrote it during 2020, and there's just a little quote from her author's note in the back of the book I wanted to share with everyone. I thought about it so often during 2020, how much laughter matters, how much hope matters, how much joy matters, how the right story at just the right time can lift you up in ways that feel like a rescue. That's all writers can really ever hope to do for readers, invent stories full of all the magic we're longing for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Nari and Joanna. That was fabulous. I got so much out of that. And I have to say, Nari doesn't just talk to talk. I follow her on Goodreads, and she reads a lot of romance novels. It's great. So next up is Ellen Forsyth, who you probably all know, so from the State Library, and she's talking about this long thing again. Adult fiction, stock quality, health check. There you go.
I'll have to change the names next time around. Yep. Sorry, I accidentally left the laptop so I could see that it's working. Okay, hands up those who remember completing the last adult fiction stock quality health check in 2017. Yay. Now, where are we going with this? This is what I'll be looking at because I want to encourage you to fill this in for your libraries. Mainly because it will help you. Now, we live and work in a diverse country. As Ariana mentioned, today is Harmony Day, but it's also more bleakly the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. We call it Harmony Day. It's actually got that much tougher meaning behind it. Now, the Sustainable Development Goals were adopted by the United Nations in 2015 as a universal call to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030, the people enjoy peace and prosperity. It feels pretty optimistic at present for that one, particularly for people in Ukraine, Turkey, Syria, but also for many people here. Now, there's a target in Sustainable Development stretch goals for Australian libraries where it states, and I'm going to read this, the library workforce, collections and services reflect the diversity of Australia's populations and local communities. So this means that diversity is core business, like Oriana mentioned, and should be part of every Reader's Advisory decision which is made, as well as other library collections and planning too. So it's important to focus on deliberate inclusion, like Nari and Joanna both described about deliberately including a range of viewpoints and experiences in it, rather than accidental exclusion. Now I put accidental in inverted commas because I kind of figure if you're excluded, it doesn't feel accidental. And if you're excluded, you actually can't tell whether it's accidental or deliberate. So, strangely, this is where the adult fiction stock quality health check can help. So these are the genres. Now I'm going to say this again, it is an indicative list of titles and not a shopping list. You can view it as a shopping list, but it's really an indicative list to help you explore your collections. Now I've already emailed the Public Library Network list and collections list with information about how to access this spreadsheet. Contact me later if you have not received this information, because you all haven't filled it in yet. I know I've been getting quite a few emails with completed spreadsheets, but not from all of you yet. So once you save the spreadsheet, you hopefully go through the read me first. I know you might have read other instructions, but really do go to the read me first. It's there for a reason. Then this shows you an example of the fantasy part of the spreadsheet. I know it's going to be difficult to read, but it's really so you can see where the big orange arrow is. Now there's columns off to the right, and those columns are actually really important, but the bit you fill in is the grey column that's got the orange arrow above it. And you only ever enter the number 1. 1 if you hold it. 1 if you hold it, regardless of format. And this is actually a format neutral list, except for a few things that are graphic novels that really it's the graphic novel we're interested in. But the other things, it can be print, it can be ebook, it can be audio, it can be e-audio. And as someone has pointed out, yes, there's a couple of things on indie reads. We know that. But it only counts on the indie reads if you can actually search for it in your catalogue. If you don't have full catalogue integration, it may not count. So only ever enter 1. Each genre has a separate tab on the spreadsheet. You need to complete them all. And so this shows some of the tallying information that comes across from the fields on the right. So there is gender, there is nationality, there is First Nations people, there's short stories and graphic novels as well. But then, as well as the tab by tab summary, there's the total summary, which is the final tab on the right. Now the summary tab brings it all together. The results for your libraries are shown under the helpful My Library headings. The other ones are the list or genre totals. The My Library are your libraries. And it's actually, this is the bit where you go, how does this help my library? Because you look at the gender and other diversity totals and go, where did my library go? Are you surprised by the results? Why or why not? What might be some of the reasons your score is low or high in this area? And what action could you take to improve this area? Now, my suggestion at that point is actually taking a step back and looking at the genres more broadly to go, okay, we didn't do so well in horror. I'll go and look at more of our horror titles to find out why, what's our horror? Oh, okay, so we're only buying horror by blokes. Right, Okay, so we need to make sure we're buying horror that's written by women, horror that's written by non-binary people. To broaden the kinds of horror that people can read about. So it is about going away and looking. And it might be that you buy some of the titles on the list, but it's actually really important to go and look at your collection more broadly rather than just go, I've done this list for Ellen. Because the biggest benefit for this is your library. I'm interested in a statewide perspective, but I'm most interested in how you're using this in your libraries. So please send your completed spreadsheets to me. Now, this first point is actually really important because when I'm reporting it, I'm not going to name your library. I'm not going to say such and such a library did really well or such and such a library did really badly. I'm going to go, this is what a lot of the libraries did. Now, last time around, I used the local government classification, except for 2 libraries, I changed it because City of Sydney and Cobar happen to be the only ones at their classification in New South Wales. So if I'd used their classification, everyone would have been able to go City of Sydney and Cobar. They just got moved to the nearest population one. So you won't be named and shamed, but it is helpful for a statewide view. And it's likely that there'll be some targeted professional development, probably with some genre-specific sessions after this, likely to be online. It'll be when I can see where people are having most trouble. And some of that may be a genre, but some of it may be one of the facets. And I won't know till I get all the data in. And I am hoping for all the data. So this is the message I want you to get. But I also want to really thank the people who were involved in it. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Ellen. So please, everybody, fill in your health checks. I don't know how to get out of here, but stop share. Cool. So now it's time to stand up and talk to your fellow, whoever you want to talk to, about what you have learned today and what you want to take to your library. Just discuss what you've, learned today. And we have about, that's quite some time, don't we? Take 15 minutes, 20 minutes, go to toilet. And then afterwards we come back and we'll hear from Kelly. So, and online, please follow Erin and Ellen into your little breakout rooms and discuss them. Okay, go and chat, bye. Should I stop sharing? Mute. Have fun. I know I have heaps of notes, so it's going to be interesting. So our next speaker is very close to my heart. It's my colleague. So Kelly is a speech pathologist and she made this beautiful collection, speech pathology collection, to help the parents in Tamworth. And I'll let her talk about it, but I can talk about her for hours, which I won't. So please welcome Kelly to the stage.
Thank you, Ada, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity to have a little chat about a collection that myself and my colleagues have put together over the last year. I belong to a fantastic group of libraries called Central Northern Regional Libraries. There's 15 libraries across 6 LGAs, geographically quite far apart. And we, along with being in a rural area, we experience possibly a shortage of specialists, including speech pathologists. And we have quite a large scale of vulnerability in communication for our young children. So that's where the need arose for us to develop something like this. I love being in library land. I was a school teacher and then I retrained as a speechy. And I've been at Tamworth Library for 5 years. So the first thing I did as a speech pathologist was look at the gorgeous collection of picture books. And you guys have no idea what a wonderful resource you have there in terms of supporting early speech and language development. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. Oh, it's not working, Ada. There we go. Yeah. It likes to warm up.
Okay, we need Jasmine. You just stand here. You'll have the magic touch. You have the magic touch.
Oh, who knows? Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, must. Yes.
There we are. Okay. So what is the speech language pathology collection? Essentially, it's a resource for parents, for educators, and for Central Northern Regional Library staff. The idea is that it is there to support early speech and language and literacy development in homes, at preschools, and during library programs. It's a collection of picture books and information books that have been especially selected because they have great models for developmental speech and language milestones for children 0 to 5. And the thing I probably want to emphasise the most today is it is a resource that is about providing a gentle approach. The resource supports early communication development within that beautiful natural space of daily book sharing between children and their special adults. Now, the books we selected provide parents an opportunity to model developmental milestone targets just by sharing that book. So it's a low pressure way for parents to know that they're supporting their children's early speech and language development. Very quickly, I'll just sort of talk about some of those milestones or targets. Some books target particular speech sounds. Some books support phonological awareness skills. They might have been chosen because they have a great range of vocabulary, and we know that having beautiful pictures to support that new vocabulary is a really lovely way, a concrete way for children to be exposed to new words. Some of the books, because they're repetitive and they contained a particular grammar form on every page, were perfect for supporting particular grammar forms that were required at each age group. So that was good too, as well as language concepts. So the idea is we not only selected the books and analysed the books, I wanted to provide parents with a tip sheet. So most of the books contain a tip sheet. And if the book is big enough, the tip sheet is on the cover. And on the top of the tip sheet, it'll talk about what particular speech and milestone targets are held within that book, so parents know exactly what they're modelling. And then I just included some really easy parent-friendly extension ideas that could be used just during everyday routines. And as speechies, that's exactly what we want to be encouraging parents to do, because language occurs, it's a social mechanism that occurs between children and their adult carer, and during everyday routines, it's consistency. So I'm sort of really aiming for that natural, no stress sort of approach. My beautiful colleagues really, when I had the idea, said, yep, let's do it. And we have very clever people at Central Northern Regional Library. So they helped develop a strategy for engaging the community with the collection. So that included making sure that each of our 15 libraries had very clear signage, complete with QR codes, that parents could use to take them directly to a designated page on our website. We also have QR codes and clear labels on every book. And the amazing staff at CNRL libraries were very kind to come along for a training day, and they very much advocate and direct parents towards their display at their library, or they might say, or help them negotiate the website so they can find exactly the right for their child. So as I said, we have a designated page on our website, and what parents find is a video that clearly explains how best to use the collection. The book list is there, and you can directly reserve the books from the website, as well as download the tip sheets. There's also very clear downloadable developmental milestones. It's a fine line between putting too much information out there, because we don't want to change the natural, relaxed, you know, sort of everyday sort of ideas that of reading a book and sharing a book. We don't want to scare people off, but I wanted to provide information there if people were interested. And we've actually realised that early years educators in preschools who are very, you know, they're very knowledgeable and professional, they want to go drill in a little bit deeper. So we want to have that whole spectrum of information there. And we also have local community speech pathologists who are using the resource in their clinical practice because it's a free resource and they can get online and use it, and they let the parents know exactly which books they want them to borrow at the library, and we can sort that out for the parents so that that's part of their clinical homework, I suppose, for those children. We do have other resources that I've connected to, other peak bodies and other reputable early speech and language resources. So here's a little example, and this is probably a lovely book that you've got in your collections. It's called All the Ways to be Smart, and the author is Davina Bell. And this is one of the books that help support speech and language milestones for our 2 to 4 year olds. So within this book, we've got lots of action verbs: building, painting, riding, blowing, jumping, mixing, floating, and storytelling. Now, the reason that we really love to be exposing children to a variety of verbs and developing that verb vocabulary is that children need those verbs to move from 2-word phrases up to simple sentences. That verb is really key. So the more verbs that children understand the meaning of and feel comfortable to use, the more likely they are to go from 2-word phrases up to simple sentences within that 2 to 3 years. So just by reading this book, mum, dad can be modelling probably, I think in that book there's about 20 models of different types of verbs. So here's a page. We've got smart is not just ticks and crosses. Smart is building boats from boxes. I can't quite see what those words are. Painting patterns, wheeling wagons. And then we've just covered there. There's 2 more verbs under there. Yes, thank you. Riding dragons. That's right. Thank you. Additionally, we make sure that we've got books in the collection that provide really good models of speech sounds. So here we've got a table of speech sound development for 2 to 6 year olds. And on the bottom line, we've got 2 to 3 years, and we've got the sound. It sounds a bit strange, but an NG has been used to define that sound. So So whenever you've got words that have ing at the end, and this particular book has lots of examples of ing, one of the tips is, in the book says, make sure you're facing your child can see you, and you just emphasise the ing as you're saying all of those words. It's kind of fun, it's kind of kooky, the kids are going to like it anyway, but you've just provided that child with about 20 models of how to articulate that sound whilst they're hearing the sound. So it's a really easy way for you to provide that high dosage of that particular sound at just the right time. So what's next? So far we've looked at 0 to 5 years. Now we want to support our 5 to 8 year olds, our kinder to year 2s with their literacy development. So the way that we're going to do that is we've received some sponsorship, and we've purchased a whole series or different series of decodable readers. So just quickly, decodable readers are readers that contain particular sound spelling relationships. They only focus on particular sound spelling relationships sequentially, so that children are introduced with a basic code and it gradually gets harder into the extended code. Hope that makes sense. But the issue with decodable readers in terms of us providing them as a library resource is every series manages to have a slightly different scope and sequence to how they introduce them. But the wonderful people at Spelled New South Wales, and you can go onto their website, they're a peak body, and it's their job to support children with specific learning difficulties. They have developed a clear scope and sequence for decodables, so that regardless of the series that you have at your library, if you've purchased them, you're going to be able to put them into this scope and sequence so that it's clear for parents. That's also the scope and sequence that most New South Wales schools use as well. So you know that you are complementing and supporting parents in the way that it's happening at school. So we're very excited about that. And as we get more money, we will buy more decodables, and regardless of the series, we'll be able to put them in. Parents will be able to go on to use a QR code from the reader or the sign again, and they'll be able to borrow the book, as well as some additional books by Spelled to support children with learning difficulties. We've had some really lovely feedback over the last year. Qualitatively, I've been talking to lots of parents, particularly parents with children who have diagnosed speech and language delays. They've been very interested in the collection, and we've received great feedback that they have found it an easy system to use at home. They didn't find that, they found it enjoyable to use, so they were more likely to use it. And we've had, as I said, speech pathologists have been sort of letting us know that they're happy to use it in their clinical sessions. So it's just another way, if we can't have more speech pathologists in the bush, well, maybe libraries can be a really great space to fill that need by providing a resource. And for every title in the collection, a book's been borrowed 9 times. So that was pretty. So just finally, I'm really happy to help anybody or any library potentially set up a system. It might not look like our system, but I would encourage you to connect with your local speech pathologists, because there's reciprocal benefits for everybody. I can tell you those speech pathologists would love to have a resource like this that they can direct parents to. You've potentially already got connections through the wonderful Speech Pathology Australia program, Speechies in Libraries. I don't know if you've all signed up to that program, but come November, you can have a local speechy come and talk in your library. So maybe a nice next step is to have a bit of a chat, and they might be happy to come in and have a look at your collection and maybe just, you know, pick out 40 books, and you could put labels on them, and you can promote them as a collection that's, you know, books recommended by a speech pathologist. Or you might like to go a bit further and do something like we've done. Yeah, I think that was all I needed to say today. Yeah, did you have any questions? Thank you. I'm so happy I finished talking now. Thank you. Thank you.
I think everybody's just kind of putting all the information, so. She's happy to take questions in the morning tea, afternoon tea. Are you? She's now. She still loves me. Oh, I can see Amy already. So our next speaker, I don't even have my thing here, but I'm also very excited to introduce her, because this is Amy Rake. She works with me at Tamworth Library, and she is a convener for the ALIA Disability Group. Oh, what am I doing? Nothing. Okay, I'm in trouble again. And we'll unmute Amy, and then Amy will talk about disability in libraries and what sort of resources and programs could help everybody feel welcome in the library, basically. Go, Amy. Just welcome her.
Thank you, Ita. Okay, I'd like to begin first by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today. I recognise their continuing connection to this land, and I pay my respects to any elders past, present and emerging, and I extend that respect to all.
Oh, mine? Yeah. Sorry, Amy. Where's my eyes? Where is it? Here, this one.
Oh, thank you. No, that's the battery.
No, this one.
Sorry. Thank you. Oh,
I don't have my glasses.
yay.
Try again.
Is that better?
Yes. Sorry, Amy.
No, you're right. Thank you. I'll start again. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land on which we meet today. I recognise their continuing connection to this land, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people present today. My name's Amy Rake, and as Ita said, I work in Tamworth at the Regional Library, and I'm the Children's Services Officer. We are part of the Central Northern Regional Libraries, which incorporates 15 libraries throughout the northern region of New South Wales. Now, how we began with disability inclusion in the library? Well, we saw a need within the community for the disability sector to have a safe and inclusive environment to go to learn, to develop skills and encourage positive interactions within the community. We had disability clients coming into the library with their carers to read books and use the sensory products that we have. After speaking with the carers, it was evident that something had to be done, and I made it a priority that we could offer some programs. Teaming up with a local disability support group, which is Sunnyfield here in Tamworth, we designed and implemented a storytime program. Each week we have a group of mixed ability and disabled young adults and adults come to the library for story time. We focus on reading 2 books and singing adult type songs like Waltzing Matilda, Home Among the Gum Trees, Yellow Submarine and Puff the Magic Dragon. We started to use the sensory touch and feel books, which they are loving. The program is designed to foster a love of storytelling and to create positive interactions within the community. They absolutely love coming and participating in story time, and it's a highlight of my week. The books that I pick are a variety of fiction and non-fiction. I usually try to stick to a theme for the week, like animals or the farm or the beach, where I read both fiction and non-fiction books, stopping to ask questions about the pictures and what they can see or hear. The books chosen are the higher level picture books. However, some of our favourites that we have are Mem Fox's Tiny Star, Possum Magic and Mandy Foot's Old MacDonald Had a Farm. I try to pick books that have a clear and understandable story with good images and represent what is happening. In this group, we have some clientele that have got vision and hearing loss, so I ensure that the books are read clearly, loud enough, and read with expression. I have found that books with a rhyming structure are a hit, as I love listening to the book as it flows easily. Excuse me. The success of the Storytime program has led to the development of 2 further programs to assist and create a love of learning whilst in a safe and secure environment. The next program has been Learning to Read. Some of the disability clientele wanted to learn to read better and to be able to understand text from that, like forms that they might need to fill out. The program is designed to encourage and to assist in learning to enhance their reading skills better and understand text. Each fortnight, the group gets together and we read a story, fiction or non-fiction. We work on some comprehension and key vocabulary, so key sight words, writing and reading practice. Some of the clientels have learned the basics of reading and are now polishing their skills, and we are seeing some improvement in their reading and confidence. At the start of the program, we focused a lot on key vocabulary that they needed to learn for reading, like the, there, here, was, went, word families, and easy to read junior fiction books. By doing this, confidence starts to build and they start to read. They really enjoyed learning the word families and making new words. And this adds more words to their vocabulary, which helps with their reading development. With their developing skills, they are reading more books happily and experimenting with harder texts. Being a trained teacher in early and emergent literacy development has certainly helped us to shape this program and allow each lesson to be designed around the individual needs of the clientele. But you can do it without being a teacher. It is quite easy to do. The final program that I'll talk about today has been our STEM program that we run with our disability groups. Now, this is programs designed to be fun, interactive and challenging STEM program for our clientele, focusing on science and technology that cater for and to be inclusive to all abilities. This for me was a hard one to program for because of the wide variety of abilities that we have in the clientele. After some trials and errors and speaking with the disability provider, we decided it best to aim at the higher order abilities, as the lower abilities are still able to access the course. After talking to them and doing that, it still was a challenge to try and make the lessons work and to let the participants learn and create and have successful outcomes, but we persisted. We've been working our way through coding, which has been highly successful and liked by all clientele. We have been learning using the Scratch platform, and the clients have been learning the fundamentals of how and why we code. They can successfully code an animation and make it do a variety of tasks, including adding in sound and adding in other animational characters. It relies heavily on the support of the carers in order to complete the set tasks. Stop motion animation was definitely the most successful lesson we've had, and they absolutely loved it. They were able to create their own animation using the stop motion app and using prompts like mini dinosaurs, background and Lego. They were able to take photos using the iPads and then put it all together into a motion picture. I would highly recommend this activity. Even the carers enjoyed it, and they've been using the program at their centre for all of the clientele. Other science and technology things we have looked at include robotics, VEX robotics, spheros, engineering challenges using building straws, the Little Bang or Big Bang discovery science. And we're in the process of further developing programs for coding, makey and other technology activities. Working with our disability partners, we have developed individual technology programs for individual clienteles based on their needs and ability. We have one higher order individual that is currently using our innovation studio to learn all about 3D printing, laser cutting and using the computer microscope. Resources that have been available that we have available to use readily is our picture books. The love of reading is very powerful. Basically, all of our programs, we use a lot of our for the disability resources are things that we already have. So our disability friendly books, our dyslexic friendly books, STEM activities, technology packs, everything that we have. So overall, it depends on the resources that you have available in your library as to what you can achieve with your disability groups, but it's definitely worthwhile to become disability inclusive, and the groups will absolutely love anything and your time and effort. But that's me done. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Amy. I'll just see if there's any questions from here on site. No, everyone's stunned with your beautiful presentation. Thank you, Amy. Are there any questions online, Ellen? No? Cool. Thank you, Amy. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Now we can still see Amy, but that's fine. So now there's something really exciting happening. Afternoon tea. Okay.
For probably another 15 minutes.
Okay, so what would you like to do?
Yeah. Maybe we need a plan discussion.
Okay.
Like I'm happy to read, I'll go down and see if it's there, but it's just because it's.
We're running a bit early.
Yeah, I'll check whether it's there or not first. Let's do all that.
Okay, so who wants to come up and share something that they learned? No pressure. Central Coast? Waverley? Hornsby? Not naming names. Yeah, I was. Okay, well, what have I learned? Lots. So with Kelly, I have to say she does baby book time at Tamworth Library, and all the babies just love her. And the parents as well, and they come in and they tell her how much their babies have improved with just the little tips. So she doesn't only have the knowledge, she has the attitude and ability to draw the babies and the mums in. So that's really good. And with Amy, She's an ex-teacher and she does story time with the kids, but she does story time with the disability groups. And she's awesome. Like, you should see the little kids coming in, Amy. But all the disability groups, like some can't even talk, but their eyes light up when they come in the library, and they know all of us. So we are a welcoming library. Everybody is welcome, whether you are, hey, a question from Central Coast, Julie. Okay.
They just basically sing songs or the stories.
Yeah.
And their carers just love them. And they participate as best of their abilities. There's a habit of coming in. It's great.
It's cool, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, but I think more like this.
Yeah. So Amy is now working on being dementia friendly. So we have a dementia group in the same street as the library. They've come in and had a look, you know, what we can do. So basically we're just trying to be accessible to everybody, whether they're young or old, able or disabled. Yeah. What's happening?
You don't have to improvise for 15 minutes.
Okay, well, I have been doing that. Oh, there's a question. Yes, I don't have to just talk all the time. Oh, it's fine to go. Okay, I say one quick question. What did I mention? Oh, dementia. Oh, that was not even a joke. I am old.
Can I actually, while you brought that up, I'm working towards during the dementia. That's really complicated and tricky process. But is anyone looking at it? Because we are at hospital, we're just.
And we're back. Did you enjoy afternoon tea? Yeah. Me too. I had chocolate, so I'll try not to talk too quick. I'm really, really happy to introduce Dr. Sarah Ayu. She's amazing. Like, another one I can talk about for hours, but let's just say she's a journalist, she's an academic, she's an author, she's a PhD holder, and she will talk to you about whatever she likes.
Thank you so much, everyone. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the original custodians of the land, the Gadigal people, and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging, always was and always will be Aboriginal land. It's my absolute pleasure to be speaking with you today to share a little bit about what I learned as a PhD student and what brought me to where I am now. In 1998, a 14-year-old schoolboy named Edward Lee was stabbed to death by a gang of youths outside a party in Punchbowl. Police described the attackers as being of Middle Eastern appearance, and in their quest to find them, conducted a stop and search campaign against any youths of Middle Eastern appearance in the nearby suburb of Bankstown, resulting in 71 charges and 24 arrests in one day. 2 weeks later, the local Lakemba police station was targeted in a drive-by shooting in an apparent retaliation for the stop and search campaign. In the weeks that followed, media reports contextualised the crimes in relation to the ethnicity of the perpetrators, labelling them un-Australian and quoting then New South Wales Premier Bob Carr's statement that the culprits were trying to destroy the Australian way of life. Why am I telling you this? This is now not working. Give me a second. Great stuff. The murder happened just a block away from my high school when I was in year 7, but its proximity to my sense of identity made it feel even closer. At 12 years old, I was on the cusp of my adolescence, and in the magazines I read and the TV shows I watched, girls my age were worried about changing bodies, confusing friendships, their growing sexuality, and their first relationships. I didn't have the luxury of those normal teen problems, however. because like many other teens of migrant heritage, I was suffering from something Professors Greg Noble and Paul Tabar call front door syndrome, which sees teenagers live in an Australian world until they cross the threshold of their parents' home and enter their parents' culture. At home, I was expected to be a good Lebanese girl. There were cultural traditions to uphold and particular gender roles that I had to fulfill. My brother could go out as he pleased, but that was not considered ideal for a girl. And even though I was arguably way more mature, I had to ask permission, I had a way daggier curfew, and I was expected to toe a line that reflected a time and a place that my parents, not I, belonged to. Outside the house, things weren't much better. As an aspiring journalist, my insatiable appetite for the news exposed me to the stereotypes surrounding my community and the assumptions that followed me everywhere I went. Wherever I went out, I worried about how the wider world saw me. In the years that followed Edward Lee's murder, media coverage of and reaction to the 2000 gang rapes in Sydney, as well as September 11 and the Bali bombings, cemented Lebanese, Arab, and Muslim Australians as so-called enemies of Australia. In 2005, hordes of Anglo-Australians, mostly young, drunk men from the suburbs of Cronulla and surrounds, descended on Cronulla Beach in what would eventually be dubbed the Cronulla riots, protesting against the presence of Lebs, Wogs, and Arabs in Australia. The images from those riots are hard to forget. It was incredibly confronting to see these young men attacking anyone who had skin darker than theirs, whether they were Lebanese or not. It was difficult to see them chanting, "You flew here, we grew here," while wearing t-shirts that said ethnic cleansing units. This was the only home that I and many other people of migrant heritage knew, and we were being told that we weren't welcomed in. It was a period of intense scrutiny, the already fraught experiences of being a second-generation migrant adolescent, intensified by the constant media rhetoric, which seemed to filter down into every part of my life. I finished school and went to university carrying a lot of shame and anxiety around my heritage. I felt that I had to justify myself, my achievements, and my commitment to Australian values everywhere I went. Whenever someone asked me what my background was, and they always did because I have a really lovely Western Sydney accent to go with it, they would hear Lebanese but. Lebanese but, I don't know any drug dealers. Lebanese but, my brother's not in jail. Lebanese but, my father's not a bikie. Truth be told, I sounded a bit nuts, but I think I had my reasons, because unless you have personally experienced an otherness like this one, not just a cultural otherness, but any sense of otherness where you're not seen as part of the mainstream, you will not understand how debilitating it is. Human beings are made for community, and when you are on the fringe of yours, not by choice, it can have devastating circumstances. I am still emotionally unpacking things that happened to me 10 or even 15 years ago, because I wasn't in the place to deal with them, and I didn't live in a world that would understand me if I wanted to. But there was one place that was the exception, the library. In an attempt to reconcile my anxieties, I sought comfort in novels that depicted other girls of migrant heritage. Their stories reflected a sentiment that is perfectly captured in Professor Ian Ang's reflections on being caught in between her Asian heritage and her Western upbringing, being neither truly Western nor authentically Asian, embedded in the West, yet always disengaged from it, disembedded from Asia, yet somehow enduringly attached to it. Their protagonists struggled with the same things that I did. They were caught between their Western upbringings and their cultural heritage. They were made well aware of their otherness as they moved throughout the world, and their lives involved a constant negotiation between who they believed they were, their cultural expectations, and how the world perceived them to be. In short, they were novels that, like their subjects, interrogated what it meant to be a migrant teenage girl. Seeing and reading their stories was like medicine for my fractured heart. They reminded me that I wasn't alone in my struggles. even if I didn't see them on my favorite TV shows or movies. Even though those characters came from different cultures or places or religious groups, I could identify with what they were going through because their experiences mirrored my own. And if their authors survived to share their story, and even in most cases felt empowered by what they had gone through, then surely there had to be hope for me. It's now been almost 20 years since I started writing my first book, Hate is Such a Strong Word. It's been almost 10 years since it was published. I started writing it not because I wanted to be an author, but as a way to deal with the things that I was going through. I had never set foot in a creative writing class and I didn't know what I was doing, but picking up a pen, or in my case, opening up Microsoft Word, was liberating. I could finally share my story and my experience of being a woman of my particular intersections at that time. I'm proud to say that today, in 2023, I'm one of many Arab Australian writers who are finally speaking up after years of being spoken about. Writers like Dr. Randa Abdul Fattah, like Dr. Michael Muhammad Ahmed, Amani Haider, Sarah Mansour, Sarah Saleh, Antoinette Lattouf, George Haddad, Omar Saker, Amal Awad, Ruby Hamad, Rawa Aja. We have someone in the audience today too, Samira Kamaluddin. But writing didn't just help me heal. It gave me the courage to carve out the space that I deserved as a member of this society. It gave me pride in my identity because it allowed me to see through the media frenzy and recognize the heart of who I was, who my community was. I'm not denying that we didn't have a handful of bad apples amongst us, but what community didn't? Without me realizing it at the time, writing my story also gave others the opportunity to see my community in a more honest and more humane way. I now recognize my writing as an act of coming to voice. This idea that the late Black feminist and activist and academic Bell Hooks says is a gesture of defiance that heals, that makes new life and new growth possible, especially for the oppressed, marginalized, colonized, etc. Most of the book reviews that I read in the aftermath of my book's release spoke about how refreshing it was to learn about and understand a new culture, particularly a culture that people were getting a one-sided view on. I remember distinctly reading one about a girl who said she was raised to think that anyone north of Tom Ugly's Bridge wasn't someone that she needed to associate with, but that my book gave her a new perspective. It gave her a sense of empathy, of understanding, of compassion. Reading gave her an opportunity to walk in someone else's shoes, and in doing so, she became wiser and more aware. A famous Russian philosopher, Mikhail Bakhtin, says that outsideness is a most powerful factor in understanding. He suggests that culture is more deeply understood in its contact with something foreign or other. So if we want to understand the world around us, then we need to step outside of our own selves, outside of our own identities, our little squares, our particular way of thinking, and actually connect with something different. Physically, that's no easy feat. But when we read a book, everything changes. And that's precisely why books are important. It's because novels can do things that a 3-minute news report can't. In them, we get context and struggle and background and love. When we see people and their stories with all their layers and dimensions and contradictions, we can understand and appreciate them more. Charles William Eliot said that books are the quietest and most constant of friends, but they are the most accessible and wisest of counselors, and they are the most patient of teachers. And the older I get, the more I realize how profoundly true that is. And these are my books, 2013, 2016, stopped to have babies, and then 2022. So The novel I had been working on as part of that middle novel, The Cult of Romance, I had been working on as part of my PhD research. So that was inspired by what I spoke about earlier, Professor Ian Ang's quote about being not authentically Asian or authentically Western. So I was really interested in novels like Looking for Ali Brandy, like Does My Head Look Big in This, like Lorinda, where you have a intersectional teenage girl, a girl with migrant heritage, a girl with a particular class struggles, and she's trying to understand where she fits in the world. And I thought it would be really interesting to see if we could flip that narrative. So if we situated our migrant character in a place where she wasn't so ethnically different, would she still have to reconcile her identity? At the same time, I was noticing that girls in my community, Lebanese girls that were born here, that had the promise and privilege of things that their mothers never had in terms of education and financial support and so on, were getting married younger and younger. There were girls that were 20 and 21 and 22 getting married to a guy from the motherland. And I thought it would be interesting to fuse those two things that I had been pondering in a story. So this book is about two best friends, Natalie and Janet, and they have these great aspirations to travel the world together when they finish university. And then Janet goes to Lebanon and comes back engaged and asks Natalie to be her maid of honor. So it's this big question about, you know, is it still feminist if you're doing the wrong thing by feministic standards? So the two best friends go to Lebanon together. Natalie's desperate to try and have her friend see sense and not get married to a guy that she met 6 months ago. And in that journey of going to Lebanon, Natalie, who has felt ostracized from Australian culture and really calling herself Australian her whole life, goes there and she thinks, this is the place I'm going to fit in, because that's what it was like for me. When I went to Lebanon as an adult at 20 years old, having gone through all the stuff that I spoke about earlier, I thought, this is it. This is the place where I'm going to belong. You know, I've been told I've been foreign from Australia my whole life, that I didn't belong here. And when I got there, they called me Australian. And it was just this real trip where I was never going to be fully Australian here. And I went there and they did not see me as one of them. And, you know, they laughed at the way I spoke, at my dialect. They laughed because I couldn't speak French, and they speak French over there. And that's how they distinguish, like, you know, the upper crust Lebanese from the villagers. And, you know, I'm a proud villager. So it was a really interesting, experience for me. And I tried to infuse that in a young adult story while still trying to make it humorous and have a romantic plot point. But unfortunately, calling it The Cult of Romance probably wasn't the wisest move, because there are a lot of people that are leaving reviews on Goodreads saying the marketing of this book let it down because they're expecting an Emily Henry style romance, and they're getting this narrative about a girl trying to negotiate her identity. So while it's true of all books that books are the most constant of friends, the most accessible and wisest of counselors, and the most patient of teachers, it's especially true of books we read in our teen years, which is why it's so important to advocate and make space for teen readers in your library. Research shows that it is the adolescent audiences of predominantly white literature who are in the process of mastering the ability to empathise. Teen readers are more likely to be at a point in their lives where the respect for other people's experiences is starting to percolate in their minds. It is in adolescence that the brain, more intensely than before, learns to recognise and attribute mental states to ourselves as well as to other people. So as a result, stories of otherness explored in YA literature can educate adolescent readers on the diversity in their communities and in the wider world by making something foreign and abstract more personal and immediate. Storytelling enables readers to truly understand one another. It generates what Day terms a narrative intimacy, relationships between the reader and the narrator that reflect, model, and reimagine intimate interpersonal relationships through the disclosure of information and the experience of the story as a space that the narrator invites the reader to share. So this narrative intimacy actually enables readers to become potential allies for marginalised communities by situating the reader within the protagonist's close circle, giving us a first-hand account of an experience that might otherwise be too foreign for us to understand. YA not only challenges dominant cultural discourses and fosters empathy, but it also offers solidarity to other marginalised adolescents who may see their experiences mirrored and validated within the layers of story. And that explains why books enabled me as a teenager to come to terms with my identity. And in my first book, Hate is Such a Strong Word, I actually have a librarian character who is always pressing books into the hands of my main character, because I recognized even before I'd done all this research, how important the role of a librarian was. An American researcher of YA literature, Michael Carr, argues that fiction gives us an external view of another life, but also an internal one through the emotional rapport that it offers the reader. It enables us, in short, to eavesdrop on someone else's heart. It's pretty powerful stuff, and it's a subtle reminder of why they burned books in Nazi Germany. It's because they understood the power of the written word to humanize the very people that they were demonizing. It's because they understood the power of the written word to challenge people's thinking. So if you want to challenge yours, if you want to become a better student, a better writer, a better citizen, a more understanding human being, then books are your answer, because books have the power to include people, but also to exclude them. They can be what we call integrationist, which basically means they maintain the status quo, or they can be interventionist, which means they can interrogate it. Let me give you an example from our own national history. When I was researching for my PhD, I learned about the ways that literature was used as a marker of Australian identity to determine who fit where into our society. I learned that Australian writing has long constructed stereotypes about communities and groups that it othered. And that, as Professor Ang says, all the talk that we hear about multiculturalism and tolerance today is part of an attempt to vindicate ourselves of a very racist national history. You see, the first books set in Australia were written as travellers' tales of an exotic country where bush life represented the true Australia. The first Australian children's book, Charlotte Barton's A Mother's Offering to Her Children, which was published in 1841, educated children about the Indigenous population and the flora and fauna of the settled land. But the representation of our nation's Indigenous population were deeply problematic. Claire Bradford tells us that Indigenous peoples were portrayed as uncivilized, reinforcing a fear of and contempt for Aboriginal peoples and depicting the superiority of European culture and colonisation as a necessary and inevitable process. Stories of that time positioned white men as heroes achieving feats of exploration and bravery by virtue of their racial superiority, despite the fact that they were often pushing their way through Aboriginal routes, reliant on Aboriginal knowledge of country and Aboriginal sources for water and food. These views were expressed in children's literature well into the 1940s and 1950s, evidenced by Bradford's reference to a Victorian school reader which positioned Aboriginal culture as primitive, belonging to the Stone Age. Until Indigenous Australians were granted citizenship in 1967, Australian literature excluded Aboriginal texts, and the study of Australian history and literature in schools and universities was able to marginalise Aboriginal people and silence Aboriginal voices. The ethnic other was similarly absent from Australian literature for a significant part of the 20th century, despite Asian immigration to Australia well before Federation. Instead, Australian identity was derived from a Caucasian adult male, And even after an influx of migration to Australia after the Second World War, our literature focused so much on keeping that concept of Australian identity as a particular type of white. And I'm sure you'd all be familiar with our White Australia policy. In the late 1950s, migrants landing in Australia were given a book supposedly written by an Italian man named Nino Carlotta called They're a Weird Mob. It was a book that was supposed to encourage migrants to assimilate, written from the perspective of a migrant, but it was actually written by an Anglo-Australian man named John O'Grady. The problem with this narrow view of what Australia might look like meant that the identity of whoever was reading these books and didn't necessarily fit the mold of what white Australian might look like, sound like, or dress like was immediately negated. It didn't just mean that these people didn't belong, but that they were effectively outcasts. It was a deliberate decision by the powers that be to maintain the status quo. And even though that has since changed, it doesn't mean that we should become complacent. So where do you fit into all this? I'd really like to invite you to think about the material that you are consuming as readers first, and how it orients you to the world around you. When we think of the word diet, we don't just refer to what we eat, but also to what we listen to, who we hang out with, what we watch, and what we read. What you put out has the power to change the world too. As librarians, you wield even greater power because you are the gatekeepers of the kinds of work that is accessible to people, regardless of where they go to school or how much money they have. The library is probably the last place on this earth that equalizes us. It is the one place where anyone can go, and it doesn't matter how much money they have or where they've come from, everybody is welcome in the library. And so it's especially important when we think of what power you have. I invite you to think about what you celebrate in your libraries. Make books by authors who are not famous, bestsellers, or award winners part of your displays. Even if your patrons might not initially relate to them, there's potential for those books to open space for conversation and open those patrons' heart. Many people don't realize how hard it is for culturally and linguistically diverse people to sell books. We work twice as hard for half the space, and more often than not, the judging panels of many of those awards will not understand or connect with particular stories because the panels themselves are subjective and not that diverse. Some of you may have been judges for awards, and I bet you never thought of your careers as part of the narrative. But I believe that you're currently already storytellers because you're telling an Australian story every day in your work. And within the story of what books you buy and display in your libraries is the potential to change the world. I didn't know when I was writing my own book that I would one day change someone else's. All the authors I started reading when I wanted to better understand my circumstances did not know when they were writing their books that they were going to impact my life. But they did, because they demonstrated an opportunity for more and gave me something to aspire to. To take you back to my teen years, I'm going to share with you the concept of what Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie terms a single story. Adichie sees single stories as representations of power dynamics, where communities and groups are represented in very particular ways over and over again until people associate them with those particular representations. Power, she argues, is not just the ability to tell stories, but to make particular stories the definitive representation of a person or group. When I was growing up, the newspapers and talkback radio programs made the gangster, the rapist, and the terrorist the definitive representation of what it meant to be Arab, Lebanese, or Muslim. It meant that for years and years, an entire generation of teenagers felt afraid or unworthy to take up space in law, politics, medicine, theatre, music, literature, science, and more. It made bosses afraid to hire us in case we were trouble. And I don't know if anybody ever noticed, but a few years ago, there was a study done with, researchers produced resumes and they made resumes identical, and they would put like an Asian or Arab surname on one and an Anglo-sounding surname on the other, and they were identical, and see who got callbacks. And the ones with the ethnic names did not get as many callbacks, nowhere near as much as the other ones. So it made bosses afraid to hire us in case we were trouble, and we were excluded from bars, restaurants, and clubs. We had no power because of the damage done to us by people who told our stories. In time, things changed because we gained the confidence to take up space in those industries. It was hard in the start because you can't be what you can't see, and we weren't initially given chances. But when we started speaking up, most often through the written word, people started to empathise with what we had been through because they recognised it as unjust. While we now have the power to tell our stories, the battles we are facing as marginalised authors is a little different. Now it has become a bit more about tokenisation. There's little critical engagement with our work because it has become about ticking a diversity box. George Haddad sums it up perfectly when he says, "I admire how David Malouf did that. He carved out his own vibe, but he had the luxury of not being funneled into categories. David Malouf wasn't really ever an Arab Australian or a queer writer. He was just an incredible writer. I know that those categories serve a purpose and can occasionally be a good thing, but I find them damaging and constrictive, not to my writing practice, but to its reception. It's like always comparing an apple to last season's apple." I'll share with you a very quick story about how someone very high up in the industry once said to me that I would be a lot more successful if I wore a hijab. And I'm not Muslim, so it would be really odd if I did. But this is the kind of issue that people are facing. We just want to be judged for our work. We want people to make room for us, but we also don't want room for the sake of it. We want people to actually engage with our work. So this is a reminder of how important it is to see each work by a marginalised author as a distinct work. Our stories are not one and the same, and space should be made for diversity within that diversity. My story began with the murder of Edward Lee. I didn't know that when I was 12, but I know that now. And not a working day goes by when I don't think of Edward Lee's parents and the fact that their world was irreversibly changed on that fateful night. My empathy extends to them in a way that I can't even measure in words, but it also extends to an entire generation of Lebanese kids who were marginalised as a whole because of the actions of like 3 guys trying to act like heroes. If it happened to me, it can happen to anyone from any community and any group. What the people in Cronulla didn't realise when they were protesting against us back in 2005 is how little we belonged here anyway, and how we really don't belong anywhere else. Many of us were born here, played on that very beach, knew only this land as our home. The fact that we had a mother tongue and parents that migrated here didn't mean we automatically belonged back in the Middle East. This is the subject of my latest novel, The Cult of Romance, that sense of never quite belonging when you are torn into. If those boys in Cronulla carrying Australian flags and wearing ethnic cleansing unit t-shirts knew that, would they have still gone to that hate rally? I don't know, but I do know that if I didn't put out my story, there would be a little less empathy for my community in the world today. Sharing my story, one story, changed a small part of this world. I hope this reminds you of the power that you have, considering all the stories at your disposal. Thank you. Please appreciate my bushweek costume from a couple of years back. Yes, I'm happy to take questions. We've got some comments in the chat box, but I don't know if they're questions. Yeah, I don't know if they're actual questions. I have no idea. Oh, no, they've got that. So beautiful.
Just like, are you planning any book tours at any point? In for regional libraries, we'd love to be able to have your kind of content. We have a very huge multicultural regional city contact.
Yeah.
And it would be really, really good to.
I'm happy to give you my email address and we can talk about that. Yeah, thank you. Yep. sorry if I stumbled a little bit. I'm used to walking around when I talk because I lecture at uni. And so like being stuck here to be on the Zoom was really tripping me out.
Hi, Cheryl. Here's a question you mentioned about the marketing for the book. How much have you already get in the public eye?
Very little. So I remember my publisher asking me, what would you like on your book? And I liked illustrations, and that was I'm not very helpful because I don't have a great visual, like visually I'm not good. So I said I wanted an illustration, and then they did all that. And it was my title, so I can't blame them for that. But the problem that I faced is that they released the book in a particular format, and you'll know what it's called, but I have no idea what it's called, where it's bigger than most YA novels, and then it wasn't put in the YA section, it was put in the romance section of bookstores. So that was probably the big issue that we faced there. So I can't fault my publisher. It was probably a way, because it was a 20-year-old character too. So Australia doesn't have a huge new adult market like the US does. So it's partly that too. Yeah, but we don't have much of a say in terms of our marketing. We are really at the disposal of our publishers. They'll have a set marketing budget, and usually it goes for like the really big authors take up the big, and I'm not one of those.
Sarah, thanks for that. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Some years ago, the Library Association had its annual general meeting, the Australian Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies. And at the time, the president of the association was Anglo, who was working there. She was the head of the library, but she also had another job involved in the repatriation of First Nations people artifacts, mostly from the UK and from museums in the US. And then as part of that evening, there were a series of Aboriginal guest speakers. And I got to thinking, you seem to know, not like you, but I got to think, I was jealous. I thought, you seem to know who you are. You seem to be rooted in your own culture. You seem to be confident of your own culture. And I thought to myself then, what is it to be Australian? And I'm born here like you. I don't know what it is to be Australian. I mean, you could point to a set of values, I suppose, or an outlook, or whatever it was, but I thought I might ask you an unfair question.
Yeah.
What is it?
I think that's a really difficult question. You know, it's hard. It's hard to come from a heritage where you recognise how lucky you are to be here. And I thank the Lord that my parents chose this place over anywhere else every day. And I have a real sense of guilt when the 26th of January comes around, because I want to celebrate it. But I also feel like I cannot genuinely celebrate it while I recognise the genocide that many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people went through in the name of white supremacy, basically. So for me, being Australian is probably going to be different to somebody else. It's being grateful that my family's been given a second life or a second chance. And it's still a place of opportunity. It's still, being Australian is about those old world values about mateship and, you know, the things that we celebrate around Anzac Day. You know, I think what I love about Australia is that because we're a colony, a penal colony, we're underdogs right from the start. And that's something that I really connect with as a person of diverse heritage. But I think we have the potential to be so much better if we can recognise the errors of our past and genuinely move forward. But there are so many academics that talk about white fragility, particularly in this context. And if people aren't willing to reconcile their past, it doesn't mean they have to say sorry for something they never did, but just acknowledge that sometimes whiteness, not necessarily white people, whiteness as a point of view or as the dominant lens does not serve the majority of people in this country. and that we really need to take check of that. That doesn't really answer your question, but it was a tricky question.
I shared a very similar upbringing to yours, so thank you for that. I was good for a Jill home. So, you have a name. I've actually written down, I have never heard of the uncle syndrome. There you go. No one is fine.
That is a good question. I'll give you the very honest answer. I studied journalism and wanted to be a journalist from when I was 10. And my first forays into Australian media were not particularly pleasant. I really wanted to work in women's magazines, and I did free interning for about 2 years at some glossy magazines, and I just didn't belong in those spaces for various reasons. And I went and worked somewhere safe in a job where there was no opportunity for promotion. I stayed there for like 8 years. It had no relation to my degree, my degrees at the time. I had my master's in media. It was just safe. And then I got to about 30, and then I was like, I can't keep picking the safe option. I need to pivot. I need to do something with my life. And that was it. Oh, there's a question here. There are some questions here. So do you want me to answer this? Oh, okay. All right, beautiful. Okay.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah. That was such a great end to a great diverse day. I'd like to thank all of you for coming and everybody online that was stuck to their computer. I hope you learned something. I definitely did. I want to thank Alan and the State Library for giving us this opportunity to be here. I want to thank all my fellow Reader's Advisory steering group members. So Yasmin did the morning, and she gracefully gave it to me in the afternoon. She threw your regalia. Maria was here to help you all come back, but she had to go back to Inverell because there's no planes after 2. Who else do I have to thank? All the speakers. Well, yeah, Erin and Lauren online, who are part of our Readers Advisory group and just helping online. All of our fabulous speakers and everybody that was brave enough to come up here and had never done it before, like me and Jasmine. So thank you, everybody, and spread the good word.